on me. I
Correct.
asked you that. You said yes. And I said, stop barking up my tree.
Yeah, those are
get off my lawn.
Those are morals. If you're offended by what I'm saying, maybe you should have some introspection because I'm not really being that.
Well, I'm not allowed to be offended, but you are.
No,
Okay,
no, I'm not
I think
offended.
we're back.
But you can be offended,
You
right?
have been offended by some of the things I've said before, so I don't even want to hear that.
So I think if people like react negatively, like habitually, like they have like some reflex against what you're saying, it might like indicate that like, hey, you should probably think about this a little bit more. Maybe that it's like offending you because it might
Okay,
be
there we go. Now we're back.
We can't
Okay,
have two dummies
sweet.
No.
These guys are dialed. No, I had so the chat bot wasn't connecting, so it wasn't relaying all the messages, and it wasn't.
Honestly, I already addressed it.
Because I had it set up to basically relay all the messages.
No, I addressed your counter argument, right?
No,
which is
I'm actually on fiber optic.
Then we should be helping that other person out.
Yeah.
So,
what do you
come
say
at me, bro.
Pretty much natural suffering.
No, but I just had to make sure.
Right?
I'm trying to. It's for viewers' pleasure, okay? That way, all the chat shows up properly, like it's doing now. So now we have the chats from my channel and from
because somebody is having a hard time.
Yeah. So
maybe
it should be. Maybe it should be like unnatural suffering or suffering that isn't like inherent.
I'd extend this to this. What if we had a system? Right?
See.
So what if we had a system named "No Child Left Ahead" instead of "No Child Left Behind"? What if Obama made a system of education named "No Child Left Ahead"? And nobody could.
Barely. I guess
everybody had to stay at the same.
I'm not going to restart again though.
No,
I could restart my camera and maybe that'll fix it. Hold on.
You're right. I could just be an escape, and we should be keeping all students at the same education level. And we should make sure all of them are bagging QFC. I'm going to get on this. If you can't tell the sarcasm, then
yeah. So is that suffering? Maybe. I think it depends on the student, like why it's happening. So I'm not sure it's that intuitive, right? I'm not sure if like being poor in education, right, is necessarily suffering.
I think it's good now.
So I think that what you brought up before was a good point, right? Inherent suffering, it's inherent, right? And some things we just can't help. Some people might have depression that we can't help, right? And
I think might want to tell the guys
in those cases we should just kill them.
Going down to the Capitol.
I think in those situations we should. I don't think that should be considered, right? So I think
public execution.
Yeah. So I don't think the suffering. I don't think inherent suffering counts. I think you've changed my mind on that. I don't think inherent, or maybe not changed my mind. You've sharpened my position, right?
I'd extend it to this though. What about education levels? Should all of us be kept at the same lowest education level?
Do you have a link?
Like the bottom 10% are there. Should we all be learning the same?
So I'm not sure if that's.
Yeah, can you put a link in the chat?
Suffering
for us.
I'm not sure.
But it is technically suffering by your definition, right? Because they are struggling, right? They first of all, right?
Struggling is not suffering.
They're coming from. They are not getting the same education level, right? And they don't have the same interest in school, so therefore they're going to suffer in the future. We can prevent future suffering by holding everybody back at that level. So no child
that wouldn't prevent future suffering. So that would increase. That would increase suffering, right?
Oh gosh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry, bro. Can you put it in the Discord so I can see it?
Because one person is suffering.
Or like send it to me on Discord.
I know. So
you should have just done an easy. You could have even done it as an easy way, a return to tradition thing. Clock Eye. We've always had entertainment. People have always gathered and organized in ways in which we could entertain one another because it helps with our mental health. There will always be things that people could do that can allow them to escape reality. And like I told you the last time we argued this, the idea would be to moderate that escape, not get rid of it.
Yeah, well, so I don't think that every like entertainment is escape.
I don't know. Apparently, there's something going on at the Capitol.
Go together with friends.
I don't know, man. I think gladiator battles are probably pretty morally negative, don't you?
I'm sorry. Maybe I just forgot what I said, or I just don't connect the dots with what you just said.
Okay, I said that we've always had entertainment, right?
Okay.
And what you just said, hey, not all forms of entertainment is bad. Well, yeah, we've had even more morally negative forms of entertainment, like gladiator battles in the past.
Yeah. So those aren't good. I think there are like positive utility entertainment that people can undergo versus like negative, which is what we have right now, like mildly negative or neutral. So like I think you can like go to your homeless shelter with your friends and have fun.
Okay. You know what, guys?
All right. Well, nobody should be able to have fun, and that's that. Nobody should be able to have fun, and we all have to be depressed about all the negative things that are happening. Fine, that's fine. Okay. All right. So let's move on. So apparently, there was a shooting at the Capitol. Let's see. This is like breaking news or something like that. Was that today? Yeah, that's today.
There.
What's that?
Unmodded? No, I didn't. Okay.
I mean, I wasn't trying to get him to leave. We needed to change it. There's some breaking news that I wanted to cover.
Him and Looter wanted to debate, so
okay, that's fine.
I'm just gonna let that happen. We have Communist here. We have Ankar. We have Zach. We have American Nacho. This is a good mix.
So let's see.
We can. What do you want to debate? I can.
We're not going to debate anything. I'm trying to tell you. You listen for a minute. There's breaking news. There's a shooting at the Capitol. I'm trying to find out what's going on.
Oh, really? How recent?
Like literally happening right now. So.
All right.
Let's see. Let's look at this. Okay, so this is at like 1:49. All right, so the U.S. Capitol is on lockdown as law enforcement responded to reports of a shooting and that an individual rammed a vehicle into 2 law enforcement officers. Let's see. U.S. Police is responding to the North Barricade vehicle access point along Constitution Avenue for reports someone rammed a vehicle into 2 United States Capitol Police officers. A suspect in custody. Both officers are injured. All 3 have been transported to the hospital. The initial alert from USCP warned of external security threat at the Capitol, and an announcement made over the PA system at the complex told everyone to stay indoors and away from windows. CNN's Lauren Fox reports seeing ambulances and a helicopter outside the building. One person was seen on a stretcher. DC Fire spokesman Vito Maggiolo said the department is responding to a reported shooting at the North Barricade of Capitol, and there are indications that they will be transporting patients.
So this is
real quick, reporting from NBC. NBC reports that after striking 2 U.S. Capitol officers, the driver of the vehicle jumped out of the car with a knife and was shot by Capitol Police.
Okay, everybody ignore that last report because it was from NBC.
I mean, sure.
Joking. Little conservative stream.
Let's see. Leaves 2 dead and 3 injured. This is from Fox. What is happening here?
Okay, so one of the cops, I imagine.
Wait, no, this is a day ago. Wait, what?
Yeah, one of the cops and the driver, then I'd imagine.
I don't know.
Wait, this is from a day ago. There was another shooting. Wait, what? I'm so confused.
No. What I just saw is that the guy who was shot was taken into custody, according to NBC.
Did you put the link in somewhere in Discord?
I'm on their Twitter. 1 second, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess then I can pull it up. YouTube sucks. Why does YouTube suck? Oh, are you trying to share that link here? I'll share it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I was going to share it in the Twitch.
That's the CNN.
I'll debate anything. If you guys want to talk about guns, but I would. The thing is, I'll
just
agree with you guys
anything.
on guns. That's a bad thing, Loki turning.
Radif, we had a debate yesterday on Zach's show, and like one of the topics was going to be guns. All the people showed up, and I was like, okay, we all roughly agree on guns. We can't debate it.
So yeah. So I wanted to talk about the Chauvin thing too, because a lot of people in the chat were trying to talk about that, asking questions.
No, I mean, me and Zach had a good debate with the freaking you're not allowed to pursue happiness if other people are suffering. That was, I don't know.
Okay, right. Anyway, so the Chauvin thing. So, I think it's really hard especially for me to like come to a 100% decision, just because there's not enough information yet. Like there's mixed information as far as like the like whether the knee on the neck thing is like part of their training, because like on paper it's not part of the training, but on like from what they say, I think it like the training was changed, so that was updated recently. So I don't really know, because like if he's putting the knee on the neck and that's if he's putting the knee on the neck and that's part of the training, then how much blame can we really put on just him?
Yeah, I was going to say, from my understanding of it, and it is still unclear, that in that specific place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, it wasn't in their training, but it was kind of standard operating procedure around the time that Chauvin would have been coming up in training ranks. So he very well could have been trained at some other police academy that had it as part of their training, even though it's not like it wasn't on the books as their thing to do there.
Right.
And then they separately came up and said, we are not doing this around the same time other people were coming around and, banning chokeholds in New York City or Washington, D.C., etc.
Right. So,
again,
and I think that was after. I think they
Right, that
changed
was
their
after this.
right. So that's what makes it difficult because, like, if someone at the Capitol's getting chest compressions right now, jeez. Even if it's training over 9 minutes, yeah. That's what makes it. It's like
suspect.
It's bad either way. Like, just from my little experience in like wrestling and in like BJJ, whatever. I know that the person, the cop who was in the middle, and especially the fact that he's on, he's already handcuffed and he's on the ground.
You,
like,
darling.
all you have to do is sit on his butt. Like, you control the hips, you control his whole body. I know he's a big guy, but he literally can't use his hands to roll over. So just having the guy on his butt is basically controlling him, and the one guy has his legs. I mean, he really can't do anything.
The big thing to me is that the moment one of the other cops says, I can't get a pulse, you roll that guy on his side or whatever, and you start, like, dealing with the medical emergency you're apparently in.
Yeah, that's a problem too.
And he stayed on him for another, like, minute or two before the ambulance showed up, which is, like, to me, every second within that next minute or two is insanity. Like, my brain would be screaming at me, you have to make sure this guy has a pulse. You have to make sure this guy has a pulse so you don't get in trouble, kind of thing.
And I mean, I don't know. It sucks because, like, I get it. Everything was, like, hectic. There's, like, there's a lot of people that were around. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this camera. There's a lot of people that were around.
Here's the thing, though.
And making noise, etc.
Like, if you can't find a pulse, you have to start providing medical aid.
Right, that's what I was getting at. And, like, instead, Chauvin sat there for another, I want to say, like, I'm not sure on the exact time, but I want to say it was another 2 minutes, because around minute 7, he goes limp. That's when they do the pulse thing, and 2 minutes later, the ambulance shows up. Like, that's, in that 2 minutes, like, all of the cops should have been rendering aid, my opinion.
Right.
What are they at? Are they done with the Derek Chauvin trial?
No, it's still going on.
Alright. Yeah, no, it's just horrible because I can't honestly say with a good conscience that, like,
but he can breathe though. Like, if he's talking, he can breathe.
Yes,
it may have been hard to breathe, but if you're talking, you can breathe.
Yeah, and we were looking at the autopsy report yesterday, and it doesn't show any damage to the
basic note
trachea.
Is if you can talk, you have the ability to breathe somewhat. But just having your airway restricted, not closed off, but restricted, can kill you. When a person has an asthmatic attack, or they have like they have an anaphylactic shock from an allergy, it doesn't actually mean that their throat swells to be perfectly closed. It's supposed to be rather closed, and they can still die because they can't breathe through that smaller airway.
I already addressed that, Melly. I already addressed that. I said when he went limp and they couldn't find a pulse, they should have immediately started rendering first aid.
Right.
Misto,
so
yeah,
I
I
would
think
say as a good example.
Does anyone know Misto? Can
Gardner,
he join chat? You can go into the waiting room or whatever.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, as a good example of like this whole thing, and the reason that Floyd was even saying "I can't breathe" as a quote, is because Eric Gardner up in New York City said he couldn't breathe and he died. Like, dude was able to get those words out. You can usually say in a moment of duress, "Hey, I am struggling to breathe." And then you can still die if people don't stop choking you.
But he said, he was saying stuff over. Like, you may be able to get some words out. Like, if someone started choking me right now, I could use the air that I currently have to say something.
That's probably a link to my Discord.
Eric Gardner, real quick, Zach, that's why I'm making a big point out of it. Eric Gardner said he couldn't breathe for many minutes on end, and then he died.
Oh.
Like, yeah, so that's it. Like, I understand your feeling because I agree with it. I've always said to a person, if like in the past, right? Hey, if you can hear someone talking, they're likely breathing, which is a fair assumption.
Because like when I was a kid, I would like choke my brother. I put my brother in a chokehold, right, and tighten it up, and then he'd be like,
if you stop talking, then you have to stop.
Like he'd be like, I can't breathe. I'm like, you're talking. Shut up. You can breathe.
Right. So, like, if he actually stopped talking, it's reasonable that you would stop. Like, oh shit, he probably can't actually breathe. But yeah, as a general note, like, I think I can't remember the exact scientific number on it, but it's something to the effect of like, if your airway is closed beyond halfway, like beyond 50% closed, the amount of air you can get in is not enough to sustain you. You will still eventually pass out from an inability to breathe. And of course, if someone's holding your airway that closed forever, you will eventually die.
Right.
Yeah, so the only problem I guess is that he definitely had enough fentanyl in his system to kill him too, which is a problem because so what we were talking about earlier is that the other passenger, not his girlfriend, but the other passenger, the girlfriend testified, I think that he was basically their drug dealer. So, and he's refused to testify. And I think part of the reason why he's refused to testify is that if they determine that this was like, yeah, he overdosed or whatever, or even let's say they acquit Derek Chauvin, like he could actually get the passenger that was with them
locked up for murder.
He could get manslaughter, yeah, because
I feel required to talk about some drug etiquette for 2 seconds. Hey guys, if you're in a car and you're gonna like eat drugs because you're got to be pulled over, don't be the driver that does that shit.
Yeah, facts.
Just as a note.
Dude, if you've got drugs on you, man, dude, just freaking take the charge, man. Like, holy, don't overdose and die.
Yep.
I don't know. So, but yeah.
And again, if you're worried about the charge, if you eat the bag while you're the driver, you're liable to get a DUI on top of whatever charges you were going to have. They'll still say that you ate that bag if they can determine that. Like, it's just a negative.
Ask the kid in a hoodie why the dude was in the neck for over 6 minutes. Thanks. I don't know what that means.
I think he's talking about Zach for dude in a hoodie.
I'm assuming I'm.
Oh, you're in a hoodie? Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Who's in a hoodie?
And I'm not a kid, Larry, but I appreciate it.
Why the dude was on the... Okay, yeah, maybe why the dude was on the neck for over 6 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you go ahead.
I don't know. And like I said, as soon as he went limp, they should have started doing self-aid or first aid when they couldn't get a pulse.
Yeah. My thing is just like, this just seems like overkill. I don't know what Derek's deal was. Like, when you watch the footage, bro, it looks so bad for him because, here, I'm going to try to pull it up, but like, they have 3 officers on him. Okay. And all of the way he's sitting on him, like he's got his entire body weight just on his one knee, and he's like, his left hand is like in his pocket, his right hand is like on his right leg, and he barely even takes his hand. He leans up against the SUV for like literally half a second, but then the rest of the time he's literally just like knee on the neck, like on all of his weight on the knee. Like, it doesn't look good, man. Is really unnecessary. Like, once the other officers are in place and they have him like under control, like he doesn't even need to be there anymore because I don't know, he can't move his head and neck like that without his arms, and he's already handcuffed. That's the thing that really gets me. I'm like,
I mean, at that point you could just put your foot on their lower back and they wouldn't be able to move.
That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, you could literally stand up. You could literally stand up and put your boot on his butt once he's in handcuffs, like, and he can't get up.
Do anything.
Yeah, like he literally can't get. Even he could even roll over, and he still can't really get up. He could sit, but I mean, if you have your
then you just put your boot on his chest. He's not gonna be able to.
Nah, even then, like once you control the hips, like he literally can't stand up. So so that's why I'm like, it just looks, man, it looks terrible. I'm trying to find
I look like a 12-year-old with a beard. I'm actually 24, so you're about halfway there.
I read chat. Having trouble getting my mic working. I did KY. It worked before. Okay. Did you get into the right chat? Because we're in the TRN Discord. The second link that I sent. When you did exclamation Discord a minute ago, I think that's giving you the wrong. I don't think it's the right Discord. Why did the officer cross both his legs and knee on his legs after? Why didn't the officer cross both his legs and knee on the legs after? I think he tried to do that, and he like kicked off, and like kicked him off of him. Let's see.
Hey, what is that camera down below?
That's the Doge cam, yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
Yee. Those are my co-hosts. What the?
Great timing.
20 was that? Okay. Wait, was that my dogs or someone else's? Anyways, let's see. I'm trying to find this footage. Oh, there's so much footage. Oh, now there's like a ton of it because. So there's an image you can see from like the gas station too. Yeah, so the other guys like refused to, and I was under the impression that I forgot after watching this for the second time, I forgot that that they didn't actually get it because I was under the impression that like they got him in the car, and he was like, excuse me, he was like sitting in there, and they closed the door. Like I thought they got him in the car, they closed the door, and then they took him back out, and I was like, okay, that was really dumb. But they didn't actually get him in the car. He just kicked his way out right to the other side. So here, let me put this on the screen again. All right, let's see.
For real, officer. You got him? Can you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'll crack it.
Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know I was going to happen, man.
He says he's claustrophobic and he asks the officer to stay with him.
None of y'all, man. Nothing.
You got it inside in your pocket real quick on your shirt.
Love the dog cam. Nice. I'm glad you guys like the dog cam.
Alright, he's good.
The doggo's playing a cute. Nice.
Okay.
Grab a seat.
It lightens the mood up. And this idiot that opens the door on the other side it blows my mind to me. I don't understand why. Like,
I gotta go in. Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
why would you like?
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man. Take a seat. Yo, I'm gonna die in here. Take a seat. I'm gonna die, man. You need to take a seat right now. And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that.
Not true.
I'll roll the windows down.
Yeah.
Listen.
Dang, man.
All right.
I'm not that kind of guy.
Ready?
I'll roll the windows down and
Yeah, go
put
ahead.
my legs in, alright?
Okay.
Hold on, I'm playing this video right now. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Hold on a second. Somebody at my damn door now.
All right, I'm gonna keep playing this video.
Look at it. We can fix it, but not while you're standing out here. Okay, man. God, y'all do me bad, man. Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win. I'm just a
So right here, he's talking to the guy in the street. Like, if you guys have followed the trial, you'll know what I'm talking about. He's like they had that guy witness. The guy that he's talking to is like telling him like, "You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win. Like, just chill and just get in the car. Just take the ride." Is basically what the guy's telling him.
I'm just a phobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them.
I'll roll the window down.
Man, I'm scared as fuck, man. When I start breathing, it's gonna go off on me, man.
Pull your legs in.
Okay. Let me count to three. And I'm going in. Please. I'm not trying to win. I'll get on the ground, anything.
See, right then he was like, "Let me count to 3, and then I go in." Like, that's when they should have had that dude that was on the side of the bed. Like, look, you got to keep moving along, man. Keep it moving, and get this dude in the car. Like, don't let him address other people. Like, just de-escalate the situation. Get him in the car and get out of there. Like, I mean, really, they weren't even going to leave either. I don't even think they were going to take him down to the station. I think they were just putting him in the car so they could figure out what was going on.
I can't stand this, man. He know it.
This is the idiot. This is the guy right here. This moron probably caused like the majority of this. I don't know why he decided to go around to the other side of the car and open up the door to drag him in that way. Like, bro, it would have been much better for them all to stay on that side of the car. There's literally 4 officers there. Just shove him in the back seat and close the door, right? Like, yeah, the store owner. Wait, what? What did I miss? Hold on, I'm sorry. They told him to. They told him to pull. Did they tell him to go around to that side? I didn't hear him say. Once he's over there, then they say, yeah, pull him in. But
That's our breathing. That's our breathing's gonna go out on me, man. Okay. Let me count to 3. Let me count to 3. I'm going in. Please. I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win.
No, I'm watching the George Floyd thing with the stream.
He know it.
Okay, yeah, I guess he did tell him to go around to this. Was that Derek Chauvin? Like, oh my god. No. This isn't Chauvin's body cam. No, Chauvin's the one that's standing there with him right now. I think he ends up on that side, but like, yeah, that was stupid. That was really stupid. To go to the other side and pull him in, like, we just made it worse. And then Chauvin's like, he's supposed to be the veteran. He's escalating things like by screaming at him. Like, once you get in the car, like, we can talk about it. But he's screaming it at him. Like, bro, you should be he's already worked up, but he's also already in cuffs. So just like, you have to be like, you have to understand that you're 100% in control at this point. Like you should already be working on these things, like, especially if the person isn't like already in like under control to some degree, like if they're not already in cuffs or whatever. Like, you have to understand that you have the gun, you're in control. Like, you have to be the one to try to de-escalate everything. But like, he doesn't, at this point, he doesn't really deserve to be screamed at. He can, it's fair to be like, yeah, okay, he's afraid, whatever, that's fine. Like,
he should be here in a little while to take us.
But it's just kind of like, just chill. Let him say what he's gonna say. Let him get it out of his, like, let him waste his breath and tire himself out, and then put him in the car. Like, he can't do it. He's already in cuffs. He can't do anything. Like, screaming at him only escalates the situation. It doesn't make anything better.
No, you're not getting in the front. I was in the car. Okay, man. Okay.
Like, he can say everything he wants. He's already in handcuffs.
I'm not a bad guy. Man. Please, take a seat. Please, man. Please.
Nah, see, right then, he's like halfway in the...
I can't joke.
Like, he should basically have closed the door at this point on this side of the car, I think. I mean, yeah, hindsight is 20/20. Like, everything's getting crazy, but right here, he just kicks off and shoves himself straight out the other side, which is why I think it was a stupid idea to open both the doors. Like, this is just stupid all around. I don't know, man. It's like the blind leading the blind. Like, it's clear that Derek Chauvin is part of the problem. Like, with as far as the training goes, like, definitely as far as the training, and definitely needs some kind of reprimand. But I mean, it gets confusing. Yeah, he's freaking out, yeah, and he's not making it any easier, but that would be my thing. Like, yeah, let him calm down. Like let him sit there at the edge of the seat. Don't, I mean, it just makes everything worse.
What's going on?
Let's take him out and just...
I don't think Chauvin
Come on out.
handle that professionally.
Yeah, just when you get up there. I appreciate that, I do.
Charged with murder, though. Is the dilemma that
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
I'm a little skeptical if that you could just say that's like him being a horrible person, or you saying that's like it's arguable whether or not he wanted to kill. If that's the difference. And maybe if they reach
real quick, right? Part of the problem here is that in Minnesota and Wisconsin, third-degree murder is just what they call manslaughter, effectively. Third-degree homicide.
Oh, okay.
So the other thing too is that
I would agree with manslaughter.
According to the autopsy, he has like a history of like heart disease or heart problems, and then also he's sickle cell or something like that.
He has sickle cell.
Yeah, so
sickle
it's
cell
like,
would play into nothing in this case.
Sickle cell would play
it
into,
does. No. It does
Yeah,
with
no.
fentanyl. Sickle cell
What-
does have an impact if you're using fentanyl. Like, there's been
Fentanyl?
other cases
No.
of this.
No,
Yeah.
not just
Yes,
like
there
that.
has overdose
Nacho,
where people
Nacho.
can overdose on lesser amounts of fentanyl because of sickle cell or something like that. It was like we were looking up a bunch of this stuff yesterday.
You can suffer from hypoxia if you have sickle cell.
Right, that's what I was gonna say.
In this case, if it is, I guess if you if you're having a lot of if you're having your if your bronchi isn't processing, if your bronchi isn't processing oxygen fast enough and you have limited oxygen,
right, the heart problems, the sickle cell, and the COVID, like bro,
CTV, you can't just laugh. Like what was that?
Yo, what's happening? We're talking about.
I know.
Oh, sorry, I was
murder.
Dying, and then
I'm sorry, I turned you
CTV
guys
just
down
comes in
because I
and
was
laughs.
watching that YouTube video again.
That's all good.
My bad.
Oh, man. It's funny second. All right. Hey.
Rad, did you see that video?
Which one?
Oh, I don't think you saw the video, guys.
The T-Rex one? The Jurassic Park?
No. Sit in the stage.
We're
watching the freaking
I saw it.
George Floyd
thing.
You
didn't see it.
Yeah, I did.
All right, I gotta mute that for a minute because I want to finish.
Stop moving. Mama.
Yeah,
Mama. Mama.
one of the front couches
Mama.
on my right side bag.
Mama.
Starts at like 19.
Mama.
EMS go to. You're the best guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if. Oh yeah, hold on. Sorry, guys.
Oh my God. I can't believe this.
I don't know if.
I can't believe this.
Like, just because he's using.
I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got hobble?
Tell my kids I love them.
And what do you mean heavy
My side
fisted?
is listed. It's labeled. It says hobble. It's on the
I
top.
can't breathe for this, man. It's cold blooded, man.
I don't know what I'm leaving out. You can add in whatever you want. I mean, wait, what did I say? Freaking out. You're just being combative. Call it even.
Mama, I love you. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
My face is gone.
Well, do you want a hobble? At this point then?
I can't breathe, man.
Okay.
Please.
All right.
Please let me stand.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
You get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face getting bad.
Here, should we get his legs up?
Oh
Or
my
just good?
God.
Just
Oh my
keep
God.
him. Yep, sleep him.
Ah.
All right.
This isn't like the best angle either. Like,
It was acting very little shady, like someone was in there. I'm assuming so. He wouldn't get out of the car. He wasn't following instructions. Yeah, it's across the street. Park's watching it.
Please.
Two other people with
Please,
him.
I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody.
let me see if there's like a live trial. Let's see. Oh, there was some today?
Please point to him information that you relied upon to take further steps in your duties that night.
So the girlfriend testified too.
What did Sergeant Kluger tell you?
Sergeant Kluger informed me that.
So the girlfriend testified too.
So if I'm ever on a jury, I can't host my show.
Yes.
So if it was that's the weirdness. Like they even have catch-outs. If it's part of your job, say you were literally a newscaster and you were still somehow chosen for the jury, you'd likely just be excluded. But say you were a newscaster chosen for a jury, you can still do your job, but you need to tell your work that, so like the work doesn't make you report on that case or whatever. Which is weird.
Which guy?
More than likely, they just wouldn't pick you.
You mean the guy that they were?
Right. Yeah. Same thing as being like a relative of a cop or something.
I can't talk about George Floyd. I'm on the jury.
Yeah. Right. More
likely
than not.
I get it. I hop in preacher's chat, and also they start talking about George Floyd. You just
you have to run away.
Zach Sprout disconnected.
He's like, sis, you okay?
Yeah, there's some weird rules going about it. It's basically all good faith. Like, if someone said the news to you, you don't suddenly have to like, sway yourself off from the jury or whatever.
So much.
But like, the idea is to make it.
Jesus Christ. Disrespectful.
Floyd has this great, deep Southern voice, raspy. He's like, sis, you okay, sis? And I wasn't okay. I said, no, I'm just waiting for my son's father. We've been through so much. My son's
Yeah, that's what I think Sumari
This kind person
He
just to
refused
come
to get
up
in the
to
car.
me
He
and
was
say,
tweaking.
"Can I
He was
pray
saying
with
he was
you?"
claustrophobic.
When I felt
He
alone,
wanted to
in
come
the
and choke down, and they
lobby,
just dragged him
he
in.
asked me,
Yeah.
if he could get my number, and we
That's
had
what
our
I'm
first
saying.
kiss in the
Like,
lobby.
there was a lot of
Floyd
failure.
and I both suffered with an opioid addiction. Our story, it's
They both suffered with opioid
classic
addiction.
story of how many people get addicted to opioids. We both suffered from chronic pain. Mine was in my neck, and his was in his back. We both had prescriptions.
What's up?
But
All the publicity and writing, there's no way they're going to seek an impartial jury one way or the other.
that were
Everyone
filled
has opinion on this already.
we got addicted and
Wait, what?
tried really
Okay,
hard
pancake.
to break that addiction.
It wasn't
many
locked. Both the
times.
doors were open. Hold on, we can go back and watch it. We can go back and watch it because there's a lot of misconception as far as like, oh, he was like in the car and then he got out. No, he was never in the car, like barely. All right, hold on. Let's watch from this part. Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right, so they have him in the car on this side.
Don't do me like that, man.
They never get him all the way in the car. So he's like fighting with them. The other guy decided to go to the other side. Hold on.
Please, take a seat. Please, man. Please. No, take a seat. I can't choke. I can't breathe. You're not getting in the car. I got the boom. Get in the car. Okay, man. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. Get in the car. I'm not a bad guy.
Where's this at?
Man, please, sit. Please, take a seat. Please, man. Please. No.
Oh, this is from the other side. Here we go.
I'll roll the windows down.
So he's on this side. He never gets all the way in the car. He does kick himself out of the car. So this guy moves around to the other side. Just to be clear.
Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to try to win. Okay, man. Okay. I'm not a bad guy.
So he goes to the other side. Okay, so like right here. Yeah, so that he's trying to pull him in so that they can close that door and they can close this door. But like right about here, there's another angle. I think it might be a better angle there.
My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. I can't take that, man. Okay. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. Get in the squad. I'm on the ground.
Might be this angle right here. I don't know, it's the same. Yeah, so he's like kicked himself back out of the other side of. Okay, what is this?
I know I can't breathe.
Yeah, it's confusing, man.
Alcohol can cause you to have a heart attack.
Did the autopsy say something about neck compression causing it? I thought they said like
Yes.
no neck compression.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Where?
I can screenshot it and
Yeah,
post
just
it.
why don't you pull it up?
I have
Yeah,
the.
sure, I can.
Hold on,
Yeah,
I
that'd
have
be
the.
awesome. Because I guess what I
We
was
have the
remembering was like it
autopsy,
said
like-
something like no neck compression or no signs of neck compression or something like that.
It was like one of the things was no signs
I'll pull it
of,
up right now.
like lasting injury to the neck muscles or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the fucking
Okay.
autopsy says like, yeah, asphyxiation leading to
On like
cardiac
the,
arrest,
on
like,
like
holy
the
shit.
on like the third page, like the second paragraph on the bottom, it says the neck is straight and the trachea is midline, and then it just says a 0.6 centimeter diameter circular gray brown scar is over the middle of the left clavicle, but it doesn't say that like. And then there's another. Yeah, all the stuff where it says evidence of injury for head and neck is all just talking about the abrasions to his face. That's it.
So Luder, was this like the conclusion so I could look along with you?
Yeah,
I don't.
You see a press release report issued by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner, cause of death, cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression, manner of death, homicide.
Wait, what? Why did I never see this before?
Yeah, but is that
this is the Hennepin County autopsy?
Yeah, because there was there was other autopsies that were done. Is that the family autopsy?
No, this is the Hennepin County Medical Examiner.
Was this at like the very, very bottom or something?
No, that's the very first thing.
The very first thing. Okay.
Hennepin County Medical Examiner's
below
Office.
location
Yeah, I'm
of
reading
death.
the same one. Okay, I guess it does right there at the top. Case title cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdual restraint and neck compression.
Well, this is case
But
title. That's not like saying what happened, right?
Right, in the autopsy, it doesn't say that there's any damage though to it. Like they examine it.
Need lasting damage to kill somebody.
No, you don't. But like, the title doesn't say like his decision, right? It doesn't say what he thinks happened.
It literally says right here what I'm reading: cause of death, cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. I posted the link in the stream chat.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, heavy fisted, but I don't really know. I don't really know if that.
What? This is like different from the one that I'm seeing. What the fuck? Jesus. Oh, so this is like a press release report from the
Dog was like knocking the camera over. Yeah, I mean, criminal history isn't really available, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know if that matters.
Content.govdelivery.com. What's that? Like, is this the legitimate source?
It's the document, yeah. It's literally the document given out by Hennepin County.
Didn't overwhelming enough to subdue it. Yeah, so I want to see the girlfriend's
When was
testimony,
this released? I don't know
though.
why I've never heard about this.
According to the document, it was. Let's see, where they put it. They don't have a date on the document.
His girlfriend testifies and
what
basically says that the dude that was with them.
I'm just sitting here reading this.
He's their drug dealer or something too. So
Hold on, I can't hear you guys.
And that potentially they were buying drugs from them. I think.
Output. All right, I think I can hear you now. Say something, Nacho.
Hello.
You hear me? Test.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can.
All right, Looter, I like how you just pick at this. It says how injury occurred. Experienced a cardiopulmonary arrest while being restrained by a law enforcement officer. It doesn't say anything that this guy died because he had a knee in his neck.
No, so it says cause of death.
Neck compression, though. I mean, you're just ignoring that part too, right?
Cause of death, cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint and neck compression, manner of death, homicide.
Yeah,
right?
It doesn't say that neck compressions cause the manner of death. It doesn't say that.
What is listing the cause of death? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Show up.
It says restraint, neck compression.
One pair of
law
shackles on his
enforcement
ankles
subdual.
would have been enough until EMT arrived. Yeah, that's what I don't understand either.
Was a complication of it.
Yeah,
I don't understand
the complication of it, but it's not a direct cause.
I don't understand why they stopped trying to get the restraints on his.
It does not say that a direct
either.
cause was neck compression. It was saying that it was a complicating or a contributing factor.
Manner of death,
Nobody's
homicide.
arguing that it wasn't a contributing factor. That the neck to the knee to the neck wasn't a contributing factor for all this, or them sitting on him for 9 minutes was a contributing factor.
What caused the heart to
cause
stop?
of death was cardiopulmonary arrest.
Yeah, so right below that it says
but
manner of death, homicide. So
Again, I mean,
are you saying that all of them killed them?
Homicide doesn't mean that there is intent, but
somebody
doesn't have to be the direct cause.
Homicide in medical terms is also different than in legal
So
terms.
I think I don't know. I think regardless, I think it looks really bad for
enough that, like,
Derek
homicide doesn't mean
Chauvin, and I
homicide?
think he's
Doesn't
probably
mean
going to
somebody
get.
killed him?
I think he's probably going to get charged.
I mean, I believe it means that there
Oh, no
wasn't
wonder.
intent, because a medical examiner doesn't
Still
have
in the
like
waiting room?
legal
Yeah,
authority
of
to
course.
determine intent, right? But
Okay, so this means that somebody still killed him.
All right, hello.
That Buckeye, are you tracking what we're putting down?
What happened?
I don't know. That Buckeye says that he wasn't killed, but the
Who is
press release from the
did
coroner says he
Radif
was killed.
did that guy say anything when he came in here?
No, he didn't.
No, but we shouldn't have dragged him in, so that's
I deafened him
no,
just
no,
in case.
Oh yeah, nobody vetted him, I think. So
Yeah, I dragged him in, but I just deafened myself just in case.
I got you. Yeah, no.
I figured if he was gonna say something crazy, he would probably just say it right away, and then that way I would know.
There's somebody that came in here and they're like started talking with me about stuff and like just get some stupid moral takes, and we were talking for like 5 minutes and then he just starts screaming the N-word. It's like
nice.
Yeah, so they're getting smarter.
I mean, someone in chat pretty much kind of like gave an anecdotal evidence. Can you imagine if anybody on the jury voted not guilty, did go home to find their house burned down? It's a political trial. There's no justice.
Yeah,
at
hard
all.
disagree.
Yeah, it's
I
like
disagree
man.
with you, Looter. Go ahead.
I feel like it would be really terrible to be on this jury because like what the other people like your information do people know you're on the jury? I don't think it's like public, but it's like
no.
Some of them have been doxxed.
But the other right, the other people on the jury know who's on the jury. You get what I'm saying? Like so if somebody's going to know, and then like I don't know if they know how each other vote. You know, I'm sure there would be a way to find out like who all voted which way, so man, all wear masks. Yeah, that would. I would hate to be on this jury. I'll put it that way. I would hate to be on this jury. I would not want to be on this jury at all.
Looter, that these people aren't going to be like have their opinions affected by death threats and shit like that. Like,
It's just a matter of how much. I just found this channel today, and I'm really enjoying it. Nice. I mean, it's not political. This is the second good discussion I came into.
Trial, like it's important.
Glad to hear that.
Important. Yeah. But to say that they're only trying him on these charges because of politics is just bogus.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Hey guys, welcome Mr. Follies. He's been following for a while.
We'll find out.
Of him.
Jury voting's decided by the jury.
He's a primed account, and he made it in 2015, so he should be. He's typed a bit, so he's not sus. Yeah. 20
yeah,
seconds.
actually.
Yeah. 2020. So he's not sus.
Let's give him a roll. What? Oh, you got it. Okay.
I gave him a center roll, and then if he comes on like actually Looter, have I given you a trusted roll? I have.
No.
I have given you.
So have you?
Yeah, you have. Which means you did. Okay, so you guys. That means you guys can just join
I'm
in the
vetted yet, right? What? I don't know. Rogue.
All right.
Probably.
Sorry. Mr. Follies, we're talking about Derek. We're talking about Derek Chauvin, and we're talking about the case of Derek Chauvin and George Floyd. All right.
Man.
All right. That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I didn't know that this press release was the thing. It's pretty fucking damning. Like if they said that it was a homicide, it's like, oh shit.
So I think,
like I said, homicide in medical is different than homicide in legal.
How different?
So can you explain the difference?
Okay, so like it says, all right, this is a forensic resource out of North Carolina. All right, when a medical examiner identifies a manner of death as homicide, they are not drawing a legal conclusion. All right, when a death is not from disease, homicide is simply one of the 5 permissible classifications of death. The others are accident, suicide, execution by the state, or undetermined. Okay, so because this wasn't an accident, right? It's not like it was an accidental overdose, right? It wasn't an overdose where they could say it was a suicide, right? It wasn't by natural means. It wasn't execution from the state, and it wasn't undetermined. You know, the medical examiner felt that the homicide it fit homicide better than any other categories. All right.
So,
homicide occurs when death results from a volitional act committed by another person to cause fear, harm, or death. So because one of the contributing factors, according to the medical examiner, was the knee to the neck and other things.
Darky, you just need to come into the
after complicating law enforcement
into the Discord, and then
had
just
there
be
not been a knee
around
to
for
the
a little
neck
while.
and
But we're
everything
we're
else
full right now,
happened,
anyways.
the medical examiner may still have put it as a homicide because he was part of what happened. Part of the reason he went through this cardiopulmonary arrest was him being subdued and restrained. Okay, so it's just a contributing factor. It's not the reason why he died.
Let's see.
There are many
But I mean, you just have to
reasons
come
why
talk
this
to him,
man died. Had the
maybe a
man
couple
not
times.
been on drugs, he may not have died.
Depends.
Had the man not, been restrained, he may not have died. Had the man not had a knee on his neck, he may not have died.
What he said.
But
but it is full right now.
You can't.
I think
with,
we have
with
like
all
one
these,
spot, but I think
circumstances surrounding it,
back.
you can't say for a fact
hold on, that's not the right thing.
that this one thing is the reason
Well, you know
why
what?
he
I'll
died.
post this anyways, just so that everybody has it if you haven't seen it yet. And then let me post this again. There we go. That's the Discord. I just think, regardless, I think he's going to end up going away for some period of time. I think he's catching it.
Well, no, guys.
Hey, it's guilty of manslaughter at minimum. Right?
Mistopheles was saying something. That'd be cool if they were able to continue.
Oh, I didn't hear any. I can't hear anything. Oh, I have him turned down for some reason.
Held up
Whoops,
by the
sorry.
law is that even though the neck compression he didn't die directly from asphyxiation, the neck compression is what triggered the heart attack. Therefore, Derek Chauvin is guilty of murder.
But here's the other thing too, though.
But they still have yet to prove that.
Not just manslaughter.
So regardless of that, though, who is that part of the training? Like, was that part of the training previous to this case, or previous to that
part of
death?
the training? A knee to the neck.
Yep.
A knee to the neck is not part of any law enforcement training, all right, that I've ever experienced. And if you would have listened to the trial today, hold on.
Yeah.
If you have a clip, send it and I'll play it.
The superior officer in the department said that it was deadly force and it was not acceptable.
Yeah, that was damning today. The lieutenant the homicide lieutenant who is the senior man on the force. All right, he has seniority above everybody.
Yeah, he's the boss.
Even said it.
Okay, well then, yeah, I think he's going away.
So, with regards to that specific press release,
Yeah, if you send me a link,
I think if the primary cause of death
we can watch it.
Would have been accident, then they would have put accident on it. But it seems like the primary cause of death was homicide.
But there wasn't an accident in this case.
They used accident for drug overdoses, right?
No, right. If it's an accidental drug overdose, if they deem it an accidental drug overdose, let's say accidental drug overdose. But because there were other extenuating circumstances, it ties into the homicide because there was a person or acts by people that also took into play what had happened. Right. The medical examiner's determination was that the actions taken by the police officers, the subdual and the knee to the neck, right, contributed to the heart attack. All right, I'm not going to use medical terms. I'm just going to use
which is
terms.
murder.
All right, no, that's not murder. That's negligent homicide. It could be negligent homicide. It could be manslaughter. Depends on how you look at it.
Second degree.
But
murder.
you're also looking at police in the course of their duties. You're not looking at a civilian just going up to another civilian. So there's that too. And although they shouldn't be separated, they are, because a police officer was effecting an arrest.
Okay, we're gonna watch this video real quick.
So I think. Okay, are you just gonna deafen, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I'm gonna deafen for a minute and watch
Okay.
this.
Yeah. So I think we've.
Okay, let's see here.
Hello, 2:30 here. Yeah, I was just gonna call you and have you come out to our scene here. Not really, but we just had to hold the guy down. He was
Wait, please send
going
me
crazy.
that.
Wouldn't go in.
I think I've seen it, but
wouldn't go in the back of the.
I'll put it on the soundboard.
squad.
All right.
Council on 75.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Now, sir, do you recognize the voice in that call?
Yes.
And whose voice was that?
Officer Shuman.
That was the conversation, or at least his end of the conversation, as you recall it on that day that you just described?
Yes.
He made a reference to shutting off. Can you explain to the jury what that was in reference to?
I probably asked him if he had his camera on or off, since we were having a private conversation.
And that would be within policy, within the body-worn camera policy, for him to shut off during that conversation. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe then, as best you can recall, the conversation that you had with the defendant after the audio cut?
Could you ask the question again?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you please describe the conversation you had with the defendant? What statements did the defendant make to you during the rest of that call?
I believe he told me that they'd had tried to put Mr. Floyd, I didn't know his name at the time, but Mr. Floyd in the car. He'd become combative. I think he mentioned that he'd injured, it was either his nose or his mouth, a bloody lip, I think. And eventually, after struggling with him, he'd suffered a medical emergency and an ambulance was called. And then I decided I'd head down to the scene.
Is that the extent of what you can remember the defendant telling you about this incident?
I think that was basically it.
Did he tell you whether he personally applied any particular type of force or restraint to Mr. Floyd?
I don't believe so.
Did he tell you whether or not he had to, or other officers, pin Mr. Floyd to the ground?
I think in the conversation there he said something about held somebody down.
Did he mention anything about putting his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck or back?
No.
And is the placement of a knee on a subject's neck a use of force?
Yes.
I want to hear like the rest of the line of questioning though too. Hold on. I mean, that's probably enough, but still. Oh, we're waiting for 2 days for that.
Back to a opioid.
Oh, here we go. What the?
To the officers to do Mr. Floyd, discussing again in this particular incident you were at when you arrived on scene. You asked. You kind of gave some direction to these officers, right?
Yes.
And at the point that you arrived on scene, you knew it was a use of force incident, but it was not what you call a critical incident. Agreed?
Agreed.
Because at that point, Mr.
Yes.
It would be fair to say that a phone call or a report.
Floyd was no longer.
What is happening?
It depends on the time.
To assist, wants to the situation. Essentially, when a
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls John Edwards.
Oh, come on.
Review was no longer that Mr. Floyd was deceased, right?
Gosh darn it.
Now, you then.
Where's that? I want to see like the whole line of questioning, just because I want. He says yes, but then I want to know what happened. What he said after that, but. Did they just skip that part? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Was that from like 2 days ago? Not much really. I'm just trying to figure out where this guy gives his testimony, like in the full context or whatever. I mean, yeah, he said it was deadly force, but I was just curious to see what was going to be said after that. What was that guy's name? Hey, hold on. Retired police sergeant. Whoa, what is it? Okay, Lieutenant Zimmerman. This is gonna give me like not the right thing. Okay, never mind. What?
All the years you've been working for the Minneapolis Police Department,
This is a different guy.
been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back in a prone position.
No, I haven't.
Is that, if that were done, would that be considered force?
Absolutely.
What level of force might that be?
That would be the top tier, the deadly force.
Why?
Because of the fact that if your knee is on a person's neck.
I'm sorry, bro. He's going down. I mean,
in your training with the Minneapolis Police Department.
yeah, there's gonna be riots either way, man. They're either gonna be rioting to celebrate, or in protest if he doesn't get. I don't know, man. This is just not good either way.
And the person that points a gun at the individual is not a police officer trying to complete, an arrest.
So what Mistopheles was saying
This is
sounded
terrible
like
either
the
way.
police officer was committing a crime, right? By putting the knee on the neck, by going outside of the purview
He's
and
not committing a crime by putting a knee on the neck. If he was a civilian, right, and that civilian had grabbed somebody else and put them in handcuffs and put them on the ground and put a knee to the neck, yes, you would have that situation, because a civilian does not have the authority to detain someone or to place someone under arrest. Technically, I mean, you can say, oh, you're under citizen's arrest, but a civilian does not have the authority to detain someone and
They
to
didn't go to school for 6 months, right? Like,
so
let's not even go down that route right now, because I have a complete
funny, but no.
diatribe on that one.
Yeah.
But,
so it sounds like you're saying that like police officers
I
can
don't.
murder people and won't be a
So
crime because
the
they're police
videos that we were just
Police
watching were the
officer-
testimonies of like the former lieutenant and then the other former police chief or whatever it was, like superior officer of that shift or whatever, shift leader, and then the former lieutenant. Like, and both of them are saying that like the knee on the neck is not part of any training, and that if someone were to put a knee on the neck that was in handcuffs like that they would consider that like deadly force. Or like lethal force. So
improper use of approved techniques.
Sure.
And
So
that's why you are able to charge him and have him on trial right now.
that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I think he's going down for
saying that's not
for this. I don't know.
Not legal. At least I'm not.
Man, yeah, there's no there's no good outcome, because it's like either way, like you're gonna have like the riots in the streets just like they did when they were celebrating Biden's victory. So you're gonna have the riots celebrating the fact that he goes away, or you're gonna have the riots celebrating that he or in protest that he didn't go away. Like either way,
at least his family would have
I would be moving out of the city. Like I would be taking a vacation out of the city if I lived there.
So I don't think people are gonna like riot if this guy gets the right amount of time.
I think so.
I mean, well,
You wanna bet?
They're gonna riot
Maybe.
that he didn't get
I don't
enough.
think they'll be happy riots.
They're gonna riot if they didn't get enough. They're gonna riot if he gets acquitted, Or even if it gets the right amount of time, they're gonna riot. Like, because
Yeah,
like
I don't think they're gonna riot if they're happy. That's my thing.
I mean that's what they did it. They did it when Biden got elected. Like there was literally like block parties that turned into like burning down buildings and stuff too. Like
I mean,
and people
I
getting
could be
trampled and
wrong.
dying.
I guess we'll see. He'll probably get so. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I could be wrong. People do right.
I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah,
I would rather be wrong about that, but
yeah, Fatback, I'm really confused here. I feel like there's a contradiction in what you're saying, but I'm trying to like parse it apart. It sounds like you were saying that a police officer like can't commit a crime. So like let's analogize. Let's like have a mere situation.
Police officer. Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. All right, and I'll clarify.
Okay.
A police officer can commit a crime.
Okay.
Okay. A police officer in the town just up the road was driving down the street, hit somebody in a crosswalk.
we're ordering some food, guys.
He was
I'm
off
freaking
duty.
starving.
He
I've been up
now
since
while you're
his
on
show
duty,
this morning, and I haven't eaten anything.
You could commit a crime
because I didn't know I was going to
if
cover
you were
for
on duty and you went up
Jace.
to just some random person in the street and shot him square in the chest and killed him.
It's going to be
you
bad
committed
either
a
way, I
crime.
think. I don't know,
But if
man.
you were affecting an arrest and something happens, then that's where you get your qualified immunity. All right. Was the arrest justified? What you were doing within training procedures? Was it approved according to standard operating procedures?
What he did was not.
Then once you
approved, it was
can't,
not
oh my
in training.
goodness.
What
Wait,
he did
what?
is no different than if
you let me finish.
Then if he
Will
stepped
you
back,
let
pulled
me
his gun out,
finish?
and shot him.
Will you let me finish?
Buckeye, I feel like that's like the main disagreement that we have, but feel free to continue. We can just address it in a second.
So if you're affecting an arrest, right, and you do something wrong, then you have your investigation. And if it's found that you were not doing something that was approved, then you are legally charged. Then you go to court and you're found guilty of whatever they want to find you guilty of.
So
in this case right here, stop. In this case right here, you have an officer that was affecting an arrest. He was improperly detaining his subject. He was negligent in the care of his subject that he suspected to be on drugs, okay? Because he didn't do the proper procedures, he is now on trial, all right? The result was this man died.
Thank you, darling.
Okay? But because this man was also on drugs.
Hey, thanks for
and
the follow.
had,
Appreciate that. Sorry, I'm
a
not
history of heart issues. Those
paying
all
attention
those
right now. I'm
extenuating
just trying to get some
circumstances
food
are going to make it very
on the way.
difficult for the
I
prosecution
am
to find him guilty of
starving.
murder. Because in order to find somebody guilty of something, you have to know, but beyond a reasonable doubt, that this man committed this murder. And for anyone to say that, is it possible, anyone to deny the possibility that the drugs and the drugs alone were the cause of this man's death, right? That it reasonably could be possible that the only reason that this man died was because he was on drugs. All right.
They would actually know that.
Then if it only takes one person out of 12 to say, I just don't think that it was the knee to the neck and what the police did rather than the drugs that killed him.
They ruled out drugs being the only cause by the levels in his blood.
You
Yeah,
guys.
so just really
That has been ruled out.
really carefully,
Wait, what?
Buckeye. You haven't been arguing those.
Oh, it sounds like it is. It's from me.
It's not.
Okay,
That's not the argument. That's
then.
not an
I'm
evidence-based argument.
saying that because you can't say that it was
Man, it's
what
been
he
ruled
did
out.
alone, you can't get him for murder. In
No,
order
so
for
we
it to be
can.
murder, he has to have done it individually, just his actions. Okay, you can't shoot someone, or what? How can I best say this?
So
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it's not gonna. He's not gonna catch a murder charge, but like manslaughter is different. Like you didn't. Like, let's say you hit somebody who's crossing the crosswalk and the pedestrian. Like you run over a pedestrian. Like obviously you didn't mean to kill them. Like you didn't just go out like I'm gonna
So
kill
you're not
someone
gonna get
today.
him for murder,
But
be able to
you'll
him
get
for
manslaughter. Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying is that you can't. The murder charge is going to be hard for the prosecution.
Oh
to get
yeah, for
because
sure.
Now, manslaughter, I agree with manslaughter all day long. I agree with negligent homicide all day long. I think manslaughter might have more than negligent homicide, but I'm not real sure. I have to check.
There are two things I want to say about Buckeye. It sounds like You're saying that he doesn't have qualified immunity whenever they decide that he went over what he should have done, right? Qualified immunity is gone whenever they say, hey, he shouldn't have put the knee on the neck. That was deadly force. He shouldn't have done that, right?
Yes. As
So,
soon as as a police officer, as soon as it's found that you went above and beyond where you're supposed to go, then you've lost your immunity.
Doghouse, I've been trying to put this analogy out here for a while now. So if I could just put this out here and maybe get an answer, and then we can continue from there. So if qualified immunity is irrelevant, right, then we can have a mirrored situation in which a citizen and a police officer are pointing a gun at an old person, right? The old person has a heart attack and dies. Is there any way, should these people be treated any differently?
I'm not what ifing something like that. You give me a scenario that
give
has
me an
happened in
answer?
real life.
What the hell, dude?
And
Come on,
I'll do
why?
it. But
Why?
I'm not going to what if that. Oh, this guy's holding a gun. He's a civilian. This guy's holding a gun. He's a police officer.
Why
and
aren't you? Why can't you not deal with the hypothetical?
A civilian dies. Whose fault is it?
Why don't you want to address this? This is very key to our argument.
Clark, I'm gonna answer this, and hopefully
Two guys are holding a gun onto one person.
He needs to. No, come on. No. This Fat Buckeye. I think Fat Buckeye will answer this if I just get him to. But I don't know why he's not.
Let me explain something that maybe it'll help understand what Fat Buckeye is probably maybe saying. Okay.
He's not answering though.
No, I know. I'm gonna probably maybe answer this in the way that he was probably gonna answer it. Are you asking, just to clarify, in this hypothetical, are you saying legally culpable, or are you saying morally who's responsible? Legally. Okay, so then this is where it gets a lot more difficult because you're proposing a hypothetical on a very simplistic situation, which is not a good hypothetical. I would say if you want to propose a hypothetical,
I can propose a better hypothetical.
This is a simplistic abstraction to stretch it out to what the current situation is, right?
No, and I understand, but that's what I'm saying though, right? In the situation, I could propose what you've already mentioned can come with a bunch of different what ifs, right?
Yeah, we read that earlier. I don't have any more information than that.
Heart attack before. I mean, this is very similar to what's going on with the George Floyd
and we can add these
in.
We can add these in, but it's nice to have agreements on the base levels before we start adding obfuscations, right?
Yeah, but you're asking whether or not Fat Buckeye is going to say that this person is responsible for this person's death.
Okay, so if I preface this with saying this isn't perfectly analogous to the situation, right? Then would you be fine answering it?
So what's your question? Say it again.
Okay, so this isn't perfectly analogous.
All right, yeah, whatever. We know. They're going down. I mean, Chauvin's going down for manslaughter. That's what I think. Let's see. I don't know if they'll get him for I don't think they're gonna get him for murder, but yeah, let's see what's going on here. Why is it, there's no audio for this? Oh, this is just literally just footage of this. Let's see. So the suspect is dead. What's going on here?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Acting Chief Yogananda Pittman for the United States Capitol Police. It is with a heavy heart that I come here this afternoon to shed some light on the incident that occurred at the United States Capitol. At approximately 1:02 this afternoon, a suspect entered what we refer to as the North Barricade.
Yeah, it was actually there on the 6th.
The suspect rammed his car into two of our officers, and then hit
that's just
the North Barricade barrier.
That's stupid. Yeah, why would he have stayed at his work? Why would he have stayed at his work until 4 a.m.? They literally placed a curfew. So once he was done, I was filming.
He did not respond.
I was live streaming.
The suspect did
so I don't really know if I think he's exaggerating. If your cousin,
at which time
that doesn't make any sense. No, they weren't. There was a lockdown at 6 p.m. and the cops were literally taking people in just for being out on the streets.
Been pronounced deceased. 2 U.S. Capitol Police
We're
officers
not
were
getting
transported
around
to 2 different
baseball
hospitals.
bats and speakers.
And it is with a very,
I'm
very
sorry. I'm
deep
sure you might be able to find.
that I announced
Who said
one of
that?
our officers has succumbed to his injuries.
But you're making it sound like that behavior that was happening here. You want to hold on? I don't know why we always have to go here. Okay. Let me show you. Let me show you what the scene was like. Outside of the building while everything was going on. Okay. Let me paint the scene for you. Yes. No. It was terrible. Don't get me wrong. Like the inside, all that stuff was terrible. It's funny because people who were not there love to paint this picture of it like it was like everything that was happening on the inside was the same attitude everywhere all around, and that's just not the case. But I was there, so I can show you this. Okay. You could, yeah, I mean that's, but okay, yeah, here you go. This is the outside. This is the 99.999% of the people that were there were out here. Okay. Okay. So this. Okay, hold on. So, and right here, there's this like mob of people, like this stretched back for like 2.5 blocks. Okay. So this is what the majority of the people were doing while those idiots were running inside. Okay. So yeah, I don't see any spears or any baseball bats, etc. I get it. Like that's not to say it's not to make anything better. It's just to point out that it's not your cousin saying that he was inside, and literally right after that, because of what was going on inside, there was a curfew called. Okay. So there was a curfew called, and then anyone who was out past, I think they gave everybody like a couple hours to go home, or like people who were getting off work, whatever. Because I think all the business is closed too. So if your cousin was like, there was nobody just roaming around the streets. They were mostly just going back home. Like there were, but then they got in trouble and they got locked up or whatever. And I didn't see anybody with baseball bats or spears, so I don't know. Just saying. I mean, you're right. Like, I mean, it was terrible. But it wasn't, those people who entered the building don't represent the whole swath of people that were there outside. Like if all of those people wanted it to be bad, it would have been bad. You get what I'm saying? Like how many damn people were there? Like it could have been really, really bad. But the fact of the matter is that those people who ran in there are idiots. I don't know how we got to like Pearl Harbor. I don't even know what's happening. The entire reason wait, what? Wound them up. Yeah, no, see, and that's another misconception too. Like that, so all the people who ran into the building like that were already at the Capitol. So the majority of those people that you saw, actually, like all of the people that you saw in that video that are outside the Capitol like that, those are all the people from Trump's speech. All the people who were out there that you saw in that video, in that film, in that video that I just showed, those are all the people that came there from Trump's speech, because there was already a mob of people. So even if Trump's rhetoric wound a lot of people up, it doesn't matter because none of the people who were at that speech were able to get inside the building because that stuff was already happening. That stuff was happening before Trump's speech even ended. So even if they wanted to try to get in the building after Trump's rhetoric, supposedly, it wouldn't have happened just because they can't. Why did they go into the building in the first place? Because it doesn't have any. Oh my God, you're missing. Okay, Neri. Let me paint this. Let me really. I'm trying to point this out to you. Okay, and still. I'm not saying that there wasn't idiots spreading like poor rhetoric like QAnon and stuff. Okay, but the people who went into the building, Trump. Okay. I mean, well, you just don't want to be wrong on it. You're just not. I mean, you're just in bad faith at that point. But Trump is not the reason, okay? He's not 100% of the reason because otherwise all of those people would have been in the building. You get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, those people were in there. A lot of those people that were in there were QAnon and crazies and all that other stuff. So, but I mean, that's not. Yeah, I don't want to get. It doesn't matter what I say at this point. Like, but the point I was trying to make is that no, that didn't have anything to do with Trump. And then no, there wasn't a bunch of people running around with spears and baseball bats. And all those people who were in the Capitol building, like inside the Capitol, they all got in there before Trump's speech ever even ended, and none of them were actually at the speech. I didn't say that either. I wouldn't defend what he said. I don't think his rhetoric was very good at all. But right, that's what I'm saying. Like, those idiots were already ready to go in there. We are lucky our laws are able to be sustained and held in place. I mean, dude, even worst case scenario, and that a bunch of those crazies got in there and captured people or whatever the case may, whatever they were planning on doing, like, that's not gonna crumble our democracy. Like it's, I don't know. I mean, like, it's terrible. It's still bad that they got in there or whatever, I guess, but I don't know. They constructed a guillotine. That was like a quarter mile away from the thing or whatever. And I mean, it wasn't actually a guillotine. I mean, I'm not telling you there wasn't crazy people out there. I don't know what the... No, I didn't say that either. I knew you were going to go there, but... Whatever. This isn't the point of what we were talking about. Holy crap. How did we even get onto this? Because you said your cousin said there was people roaming around with spears and baseball bats. And I thought that was pretty... That was an exaggeration because I was there. And that's pretty much it. Like... Yeah, well... I mean, I have video, and he doesn't, so we'll just leave it at that, I guess. I don't know, man. You don't have to know me. I mean, the footage speaks for itself. You didn't see any... I mean, I have more footage than just that. There was no people with baseball... I never saw a single person with a baseball bat or a spear. The only person I saw with a spear was the guy that was in the Capitol, that one guy. painted myself into a corner house. So I mean, because you're forcing me to somewhat defend this by trying to paint it out as like I'm not okay, no. I'm not trying to act as the whole thing wasn't a big deal, okay? I'm simply pointing out that it wasn't what you painted it to be or what your cousin painted it to be. Yeah, no, I already said people were acting like idiots. I said there was idiots there. I said that several times. Okay, well, there's still yeah, a lot of people wound those people up. There was a lot of people responsible. You can paint it on. You can try to put all of the blame onto Trump, but it's just not. I mean, that's just not true. Even though I don't think all of his rhetoric was really good, especially on the day of. But I find that really hard to believe. No one's been charged with a felony. Obstruction of official proceedings, violent entry, and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds. I'm enter. I'm pretty sure assaulting. Okay, was that assaulting officers? Because as soon as you're like assaulting a Capitol Hill officer, like it's over. That's definitely a felony, but that's like literally only one. Oh, no. There's pages of this. Assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers. Yeah, that's a felony. Assaulting an officer is a felony. Yeah, this is old too, I think. Oh, not that old. March 31st. Either way, yeah, it was a terrible thing. Like, I mean, it was a terrible thing, but it wasn't. There weren't people running around with baseball bats and spears in the streets, and I don't think your brother or your cousin had to sit. And if he did, that was his own stupid decision. There was definitely clear streets to get back, because I had to walk them to get back. They called the curfew. They sent it out on the text, whatever, and people went home. I mean, I think there was some people who still went back out and caused trouble, but like there was Antifa people and Black Lives Matter people that got arrested, and there was like some other Trump people that got arrested who just decided to stay out anyways, but the majority of everybody just went back to their hotels. So that's all I'm saying. Right. Anyways, let's try to find out what happened.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Today.
My name is Acting Chief Yogananda Pittman for the United States Capitol Police. It is with a heavy heart that I come here this afternoon to shed some light on the incident that occurred at the United States Capitol. At approximately 1:02 hours this afternoon, a suspect entered what we refer to as the north barricade of the Capitol. The suspect rammed his car into two of our officers and then hit the north barricade barrier. As such time, the suspect exited the vehicle with a knife in hand. Our officers then engaged that suspect. He did not respond to verbal commands. The suspect did start lunging toward U.S. Capitol Police officers, at which time U.S. Capitol Police officers fired upon the suspect. At this time, the suspect has been pronounced deceased. Two U.S. Capitol Police officers were transported to two different hospitals, and it is with a very, very heavy heart that I announce one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries. We are not able to release any information, names, age, date of birth, or anything of that nature at this time, because we still have to notify the next of kin. I just ask that the public continue to keep U.S. Capitol Police and their families in your prayers. This has been an extremely difficult time for U.S. Capitol Police after the events of January 6th and now the events that have occurred here today. So
if the knee to the neck was like the cause, like this wouldn't have happened without the knee to the neck, right? That's going to be the
it's because the puppers.
And mind you, there was a note and a memo from the prosecutor, from the medical examiner.
That's because I was getting
not trying
irritated,
to take on the
so
overdose
they
narrative
started getting anxious.
Okay? But there was that memo that did show, had George Floyd been at home due to the level of drugs that were in his system, that he would have died, or he would have rolled in another death or whatever it was.
And where was this? This was today.
Death?
Not COVID. I don't know what it was. It was just kind of rolling that he was
and
going
this
to roll
is
it
the
on.
Capitol.
Accidental death would probably be.
Yeah, accidental, I think. So again, this is all going to matter on what the prosecutor.
So
do you have a link to that, or maybe something I can like Google for that, because that sounds pretty interesting as well.
So the guy charged some police officers at the Capitol. That's what happened today.
Technically, he could apply Narcan.
And then he was killed.
Right.
Well, and again, it doesn't mean that
George out on that.
It doesn't mean Derek Chauvin couldn't be guilty of some other crime, right? It doesn't mean that he couldn't have been found guilty of, like, say, a lesser charge.
Dude, he's getting manslaughter.
He's getting, they got manslaughter and second-degree murder, and I think third degree. I don't know if that's
third degree.
That was a question. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So you've got all these different charges, and why this is important that we have this discussion is, even if he's convicted of manslaughter, there's two ways I've seen this. Some people are going to say that the judge is going to hang him high to dry because he's a police officer. I've also thought about it another way and said, well, if our justice system is blind, we would also say that, look, he did not have any prior criminal convictions, thus he should get the lesser of the sentence. And I tend to lean towards that. If the judge is being fair and blind, and not.
So do you think that maybe they should look at like previous actions that he's made as well, like if he's had some issues in the past with his arrest?
I don't think it's relevant, and it's not relevant. I think it could be relevant if there was some kind of conclusion towards the end of those investigations that determined that he was.
If it's done fairly, like most other cases, it would be totally relevant, and they would see it up as as part of his character. If they bring someone up for murder, of course they bring up previous charges they may have had. Even things that may have not led to charges.
Or 17 prior complaints of use of excessive force.
Okay, well,
yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The complaints don't mean much if they're not founded upon anything, right? So this is the biggest thing too. Is I've looked up the complaints and what how many complaints an average police officer gets. I have to find it again,
been a while, but
That's
not all
the
the
He's got a point.
video
Maybe
that I
we'll
just
point that
watched.
out also is
If any of you
how
guys
his
want to see that too.
complaint rate fares up against the averages.
Yeah, that's what I'd be interested in, specifically for the department.
Yeah.
Well, compared to the officers that were also on scene, it was like 3-4 times as many.
Jeez.
Let me see if
I know
can
it's
find it.
anecdotal, but
I mean, that's pretty fucking damning.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to find it. I know I had. Let me see here. I have my little library thing. I'm going to pull up here. Qualified immunity, police complaint validity. This is one of the ones I was able to find. Not clear complaints shoving. Okay. There's this one from CNN. Let me see.
Oh wait, this literally just dropped.
I have a question,
real quick. It is with a heavy heart that I come here.
If you say that, if someone
the suspect
pointing a gun at someone causes them to have a heart attack in the act of committing a crime,
this
and
has been an extreme. Your thoughts and
you know,
prayers. At this time, I'm going to turn it.
I can't think of how to word this. Never mind.
No, that's fine. Just think about it and we'll come back.
So this is the one I found. Now, granted, it is called law enforcement sedation. So take it for what it's worth, but it says basically most it has been collective experience at law enforcement today that more than 90% of citizen complaints fielded via letter, complaint form, or in person at the front counter of the police department are cleared, unfounded, not sustained, or the officer exonerated. There's a recent case in the news from the Ohio. There's a classic example. Although it's considered a review on social media, if there were any merit, the police agency, stuff like that. I'm trying to find the actual where they got that information from. But even then, when you look at the complaints against Derek Chauvin, according to the CNN article that I was able to pull up from May 29th of 2020, at that time at least, the 18 prior complaints filed against him were unclear what those were actually for. They didn't release any details in regards to those internal complaints. So those internal complaints could be founded. They may not.
Yes, someone went to Capitol with a knife.
It's very. It could be relevant. It may not be relevant, especially if they're not founded upon.
So is it probably a safe bet just to say, like, if he went significantly above the average number of complaints for police officers in his department, he's probably doing something wrong.
I'm posting this video in the
Karens.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a possibility.
I mean,
Maybe
that would be like me going to Subway and like calling and complaining because they didn't make my sandwich look like it does on the board.
Yeah, but the issue is that 17 other people are doing that also, and you're above average on complaints, right?
That's the thing. Like,
possible.
What there's they're like what is that? It's not that there's like a name for it. It's like once you're past a certain point, it's like it starts to become pretty obvious that there's more likely that there is a problem more than there isn't.
Yeah.
It's like a probability thing.
Like I said, we
that I'm
obviously
thinking
without knowing what these complaints are, it's very difficult to point out each individual case and say, is there one that is similar to this incident, or is it just that people didn't like the fact that they got pulled over for a ticket? I mean, it's difficult without knowing all the circumstances of all 18 complaints.
Sure.
Wait, you're trying to say that far right terrorism has outpaced like Al Qaeda? Come on, man.
In America, maybe.
And the other thing too,
Yeah, I mean, maybe,
America,
but
yes.
these 18 complaints.
Jesus
In
Christ,
America,
like,
absolutely.
and what?
I think he had been with the department since like 2000.
Political violence is wrong. Period. Both sides.
Like,
Okay.
Yeah, it'd have to be normalized for serving time too. Sure.
Yeah.
Are these not a public record?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure if CNN were able to grab that, they would, and they weren't able to get any information from the police department, so I doubt it.
Do we know if that's going to be like in the trial?
All right, I've got to take my dogs out. Hey, I posted a link in the TRN stream thing. That's what I was just watching when I was deafened a minute ago with the chat.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I got to take the dogs out real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, I got a question for Buckeye. Buckeye, you were a cop, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, right or wrong, if you have enough complaints against you, doesn't internal affairs step in and start investigating those?
I wouldn't know. I never had to deal with internal affairs.
Okay, but technically, internal affairs, if you had enough complaints, would start.
Yeah, I mean, if you become toxic, they're gonna investigate you and and all that good stuff. And the thing is that that's where the police unions come in. All right.
Yeah.
Now, for just so everybody understands, my law enforcement was military. All right, but what I offer is the mindset of a law enforcement officer, not the experience of someone who has different police station, and stuff like that. I mean, we have a different standard. So if we had someone that did something wrong, then our internal investigations was, like CID or the MPI, the investigations section, depending on whether how high it was.
The military has its own set of rules too, don't it? Like it's completely separate from civil, like civil law or whatever. It's like they've got their own rules or laws or whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah, we fall under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, but for the most part, the UCMJ has mirrors civilian law. The difference is that we don't have, so it's difficult to say, but we don't have we don't fall under the Constitution, all right, when it comes to freedoms and rights and stuff like that. We defend the Constitution and we fall under the UCMJ. So we don't have, every freedom that the Constitution allows. Does that make sense?
Yep, makes 100% sense.
Okay.
To answer the question more specifically of like, hey, does IA come in if you have a bunch of complaints? There's no like set number that exists that you have this many complaints. Okay, you get an IA investigation after you.
Yeah.
So like you could conceivably like have a single incident every year for 30 years and never have IA come after you because it was so sporadic or whatever.
Yeah, and it depends on the severity of the situation.
Right.
If it falls under IA's purview, then IA is going to take it immediately. But again, that's where I said the issue is where the police unions protect the officers and say, one, don't talk to IA. All right. So that's why civilians, the most of the time the civilians get in trouble is when they talk to the police on the, for the initial arrest, because they give up too much information. And police don't do that. They don't give up any information without their lawyer. But listen, I'll tell you, it's a racket. I don't believe in the unions. I think that, police are too protected to an extent, and should take more responsibility for their actions. And if they were held more responsible for their actions, then we might not have the situation that we have right now.
Also, if we just talk about the UCMJ, the military is one of the only few circumstances where someone can be hit with double jeopardy.
All right.
You can be found guilty of a crime in civilian court, and then as soon as you get out of civilian court, MPs
You got in
are there
trouble
to
by
pick you
the
up,
computer.
try you
Wait,
in
what
military
happened?
court, found guilty, and you serve another sentence.
The other thing too is like when I think.
Oh yeah, don't worry. The
Buckeye was
Streamlabs
talking
bot
about
is disabled
was,
right now. I've got to.
Protection of police officers. I think that there's obviously where we're going is probably around qualified immunity and things like that, which protects you against civil lawsuits. And I think the biggest thing too is when you look at the civil lawsuits, one, they don't require very much. The bar is much lower than it is with legal, or criminal law, right? So when you look at it with like police officers, if you were to have gotten rid of qualified immunity, well, two things would happen here. I mean, you could still sue both places. You could sue the officer and sue the city, I suppose. But if you were just to sue the officer, look at, for example, the George Floyd case and how much the family got settled for. They got settled for $25 million. There's no way in hell that George Floyd would have been able to, or sorry, not George Floyd, Derek Chauvin would have been able to pay $25 million. I doubt he has that much money. So you're going to be lucky, if at all, to receive that
He's also
compensation,
only
whereas the city
moderating
has
my
much,
chat
much
as
less
well. So
fat pocket. I don't know one way or another whether or not qualified immunity should be removed and what that in practice would look like. But I think that there's also, again, you just have to understand too that there's a much lower bar that has to be met with civil cases. And then the question is with these complaints, would any of these complaints, let's say he had 18 complaints, would that be 18 lawsuits that could go against Derek Chauvin? And what kind of burden would that put on the police department and even the city in itself? So I don't know how that would look, and what.
Don't use excessive force. I don't know.
Well, it's not just a matter of excessive force. Like, let's say that somebody gets pulled over, and again, it's a much lower bar. Someone gets pulled over, and they say, "Hey, look, he was racially profiling me, right? He was violating this law or whatever, right?" And then they were like, "Well, I'm going to sue him for discrimination, whatever it may be." I'm trying to think of this in practice because it's not in practice. And how many people are going to do that? You don't what basis are you going to find? Because in a civil case, you don't need a lot of evidence. So how many of those lawsuits are going to come up for the officer?
For the officers, like, I ain't got no money in my bank. I'm paying so many people for lawsuits. You know,
I don't know if this
Police are just keep quitting because it's getting like this.
You kind of cut out. Would you say, Ghost? Oh.
I'm saying that, like, with the way it's going, police are just going to be quitting left and right because who wants to be a police officer when you have to worry about your whole family being, tore apart for arresting African American or something? I mean,
Which
called a
channel is
racist just by doing their
getting
job.
comments on? All of them.
We're seeing more and more cops are quitting left and
So
right.
yeah, Neri, I don't know why this has to be
scared
like
to
a
even do their
right-wing
job
versus left-wing
just
terrorism.
doing
I
their
don't
job can put their
understand
whole
why
family's lives at
everyone
stake.
I saw a
wants
video
to do
today where
that. Like,
discussed it.
nobody wanted to say anything about right-wing terrorism. Like,
at the grocery
whenever
store, and the officer said, "Well, you have
everyone
to take
in
me
the
to
country
jail,"
was complaining about,
makes kind of sense. Like, if
like,
you're not gonna, and again,
I'm
most people are gonna sit
like,
here
I'm
and
trying
say,
not to be
"Well, it's
hypocritical
illegal
because I'm calling you out for
But then
doing this, but it's
one
like,
word that I heard that really kind of made me
I
kind of
have
upset
to, like,
was when she walked by and she
because
said, "Y'all gonna make me rich."
all
Literally,
political violence is bad. Okay,
"You're gonna make me rich."
the left is like burning down the country with through Antifa, bad actors inside of like Black Lives Matter marches, etc. Like, that's a terrible thing. Like,
Well, so
yeah, even if they were right wing, I would hate them too. Like the KKK, I hate them too. Like, I hate anyone who's any hate groups. Like, they're all bad. Like anyone who's
a cop for something that occurred to you because the cop did it.
yeah, okay, so I just don't understand the why it has to be about like specifically like right-wing violence. I don't know. I didn't see.
Let me look at it.
I'm
Because
like
when I looked
I'm
it
like
up last,
not
it was in regards to civil, not criminal. You can still be
Yeah,
charged.
so like again, I
wasn't
might be
paying
wrong here.
attention to
Ultimately,
everything, but
my
like
understanding of civil of it is that it's not civil. It is
first
qualified
need
immunity
Antifa
against
to be a
prosecution
terrorist
for
organization for the
illegal
hand
acts
wave.
done while on the
No,
job.
like nobody
see if I
wants to
can
hand
find
wave
that
away anything on
here. I'll
either
go
side though.
law
That's
enforcement.
the point
Okay,
that
so
everybody
here's
misses.
qualified
At least for
immunity
me
is a type of legal
personally,
immunity. Qualified immunity
like
balances two important
I'm
interests.
fine with
The need to hold public
you
officials
with
accountable
the
when
problem
exercising
is that
responsibly and
nobody
issue officers
wanted
with
to
harassment,
call out
infraction, and
any
liability
of this
performed
stuff.
reasonably. Specifically,
Nobody wanted to call out
qualified
any
immunity
of this
protects a government
for
official from
so
lawsuits
long.
alleging that the official violated plaintiff's
And
rights,
then
only
all of a
allowing
sudden
suits
now
when officials
whenever
violated
now
a clearly
now that
established
this is like something
statutory
really
or
bad,
constitutional
now
right.
we want to call out
Qualified
political
immunity
violence.
is
Like,
not immunity from having to
you
pay
can keep
money
calling out
for
right-wing
wrongdoing.
political violence. Just call the left-wing
Rather
violence
than
out
immunity from
with the
having
same
to
intensity and the
report
same.
the cost
And
of
it's
the
not
trial
like
at all.
you guys in chat
Accordingly,
most of the
courts
time.
resolve
Most of
qualified
the
immunity
time,
issues as early in a case as
generally
possible
people are willing to
for
be
legal
concede like,
discovery.
okay, yeah, that stuff's bad too, and like. Yeah, this is
so
a
I don't
thing
know
that I
if
don't
it
like,
would
or
play
this
out
is a
like
thing
you're
that
proposing,
I don't agree
the
with when I see
citizens
it
will just
happening. But the problem
chalk
is
up
that the
all like
media
the $5,000 or
and
something
like
like that that they need
the
to like forward it. That's
pundits,
like
the
so annoying,
talking
I know.
heads on all
But like
sides like
I
to
don't know
just
if this would play
pretend that
out. Like
nothing
people would
happens
just
on
like
their
sue
own
police
side.
officers because they made them mad in traffic stop.
So the
I think they'd
left
only sue
and
for if like they had a case,
the mainstream media tend to just kind of like hand wave anything that's happened on the left, and they like to say like, oh, Antifa's just an idea.
Against or whatever.
Like, okay, well that might be by definition, it might be sure it might be like a horizontal headless organization that behaves like incels the same way that other terrorist organizations do, specifically for that purpose, for the same reason why
sue a police officer for discrimination.
you see like the Proud Boys leader,
I think people are
what's his
just
name,
too
Enrique
happy.
Tarrio.
I agree,
Getting
it's
arrested,
America,
like
right?
that can't happen to Antifa.
No, didn't you ever hear?
So, yeah, calling them mostly
Didn't you
peaceful
ever hear the
protest
story about the
while
dude
you're
who tried to
standing
see
in front of
the
a scene where buildings are burning behind you. Like, bro, just call it like it is. Just say like this is a terrible thing.
Watching her streaming, he tried to sue her because he got carpal tunnel.
Yeah, but that's because they don't count certain
What
things
happened
as
to that
left
lawsuit?
wing.
What happened to that lawsuit?
It got thrown out of court.
So-
But that's
Yeah,
what
it
I'm
got
saying.
tossed, right? 'Cause it was a bullshit
but
lawsuit.
Oh my
everybody
gosh,
is
come on, Ripe.
So yeah, so they can be sue happy.
You could
I'm just
say the
wondering,
same
like,
thing about
do I want
Trump.
a
You could say
society
the
in
same thing
which
about Trump
police
rallies.
officers can
You
be
could say the
sued and they'll
same
just
thing
have
about
defense, and
right-wing
then the people that
protests or
sue them will have to pay
right-wing
money.
whatever, like
I mean, I feel like that's how society's operating right now. I don't go
whatever,
around letting
like
people just, like,
throughout
sue me
the
because it's
election
wasting money,
cycle,
right?
the majority of them were peaceful
like I said,
until they
But
weren't.
the thing is if you have backing. So here's the thing about that.
So
Fly Guy,
it's
is for example, one of the biggest people right now that's become the new Reverend
It's
Jackson,
not.
whatever his name used to be, Jesse Jackson.
Again, it's
Ben
not.
Crump. Ben Crump is across
It's
every
not.
news station. What's happening is he carries his name.
Just
So
call it like
I
it
believe it's
is
called,
for both sides.
is it
That's my
retainer?
thing. Okay.
Or not retainer.
That's it. Like political
that called?
violence is
The one
wrong.
where basically
Everybody
people
needs to get on
actually
board
draw
with that.
civil
And the
suits
left
and
throughout
handle
this
them, and
whole
after
this
handle,
throughout
they
this
get their
whole
fees, and then
cycle
you
just
end up getting
decided
arrested or
to
something like that. Anyways, I
ignore
forgot what that
the
was.
fact that there
Pro
was
bono.
anything happening. They just like pretended like nothing was happening
No, pro bono.
for
is
4
free.
years. Well, and longer, because really the reality is that Black Lives Matter and Antifa started infecting Black Lives Matter rallies and whatever.
Thank you. Okay,
They started doing that. They started that behavior and the violence under Obama. Okay, like things were getting violent under Obama. You know, there was like the shooting of police officers, whatever, in response to like whatever the whatever shooting had happened before then. Like this stuff happened, okay? Like call it out, call it like it is. Like the stuff where they shot the police officers, they obviously they couldn't ignore that.
He's winning.
But if they would have just been like attacking police officers, they would have like they would have hand waved all of that stuff. So that's my thing. Like I don't care. Just call it out, okay?
If he's winning, then he had a case. Then it was.
And I'd like to see like it would be. I would like to see like what the studies say, like who's conducting these studies and what they're considering left wing and right wing, or what they're considering like undecided. So maybe they're not putting something on the left that is on the left, but they're just calling it like undecided, or they're just saying like, oh, it's unaffiliated.
That wouldn't surprise me.
You know, whereas it could be attributed
that's a
to
fair
the
point,
left, and
right.
vice versa. There
But,
could
I mean,
be
there
things
has
that are
to be a
being
reason
attributed
that
to the
this
right
isn't
that are
happening a
unaffiliated.
lot,
Like,
right? Or does it actually happen a lot? So like,
how am I?
people going
I
around
mean,
suing
you're
people randomly, do
speculating.
people just do this to get settlements? I don't think this is
I'm
the
just
case.
saying.
Believe it or not, possibly.
This is
No, there is actually
this is a problem. Like the fact that either of the sides are getting
that I've read
to the
about
point where there's political
that
violence.
these
Like,
people just file random
I don't know.
lawsuits.
Put the link in the Discord, and I'll look at it if you have the studies and all the figures.
Like, let's say that, for example, Ben Crump
I
is
mean,
a
you're
very
just
popular
reciting
attorney,
them though,
right?
like I.
And he has a particular formula that this can get out to the media, and it paints the city in a very, very bad light. Guess what the city's going to do? They don't want this shit in the light. These public officials don't want this stuff in the light. They're like, hey, let's qualm this stuff quickly.
But either way, like I don't understand why it's so important for you to just paint it all on, like put it all on the right.
Publicity factor, right? You
Yeah.
can come in and then bring light to this issue, unlike a normal Joe Blow attorney who doesn't have connections to the media. Ben Crump's probably got CNN on speed dial or MSNBC on speed dial. Whoever has him on speed dial, he's probably got them on speed dial. You know, he
Like
puts in
that
media publicity
attitude
that
just helps
most attorneys probably wouldn't have.
that these things like fester,
He's
and
not NAACP, but he did do the Trayvon Martin.
it helps to like
He's been around for a while.
like basically what
But
you're
yeah,
accusing
that's
me
a
of.
really
You're trying to
good point.
accuse me of like hand waving.
I don't
Like,
know.
oh, it's not that
I mean,
bad.
maybe
No,
there
I
should
think
be,
it
like,
is
some
really
sort of,
bad.
like, arbiter saying like, hey, this case is just like thrown out, but I don't know.
Like I'm willing to concede that yeah, it was really bad. Like the Capitol Hill was especially bad.
When they talk about the medical
Any
examiners,
of the violence,
one
you know,
of them
any
is Dr.
violence is
Michael
really
Baden.
bad. Like
Dr.
I
Michael
think it's
Baden
stupid
was
to get
actually
that
working with Ben Crump before this
to
job.
go to
He's
cross that
not
line for
really an
politics.
independent
But
examiner for all intents and purposes. This guy goes
but
way
we
back,
literally watched
with Ben
the
Crump.
president,
worked
the
hand in
current
hand
president
before on
now, the
different
presidential
trials and stuff
candidate
like
at the
that. And
time,
you're probably saying,
stand
well,
on
why
a
would you
stage
roll
and pretend and try to say that Antifa isn't an idea.
sense, right? If your family is suing the
Near,
city
you can't
and
post
this
links in
independent
chat, but if
examiner,
you post
again,
them in
which requires
the
very little
hold on,
evidence in civil courts,
if you post
comes
them in
up
the
and says,
Discord,
hey, it was a homicide. Look.
you could post them under. Here we go.
Earlier, you have to be careful too about
Excuse me.
county
There's a channel called links
links
for TRN stream. You could post them there, or you could post them in general. Just tell me where you post them so I can see them.
Because you don't want the local prosecutor who's buddy with the cops.
You could whisper them to.
Coroner works most of the time.
Actually, I'm not even signed in on Twitch
You have
now.
to be at least a little skeptical of what they say.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And again, I will admit my fault. I haven't looked into the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's past, although Dr. Michael Baden's past.
Yeah, no, I'm still with you on it. Like it's it's like literally the worst. It's like the worst kind of situation where like you can't really trust any of the words coming out of
Whisper
anybody.
it to a mod, I
because
guess.
They all have a slight
It's a mod.
conflict of interest in what they're saying.
Oh, majorly. So, trying to see if the neighbor's dog is outside. My
Yeah,
dog's
that's
going
the
nuts
problem
on
that I
door.
have with the kind of attitude that I see from the left is that, like, okay, the right just thinks that the left
Those are your
are
homicide cops that
good
they
people with bad
work
ideas,
hand in hand
whereas
with,
the left
I would
just thinks
say.
the
Yeah,
right
I'm
are
saying
bad
one
people.
One of the major institutions they'll
And,
interact
like,
with besides just lay people.
I
would
get this
be
sentiment from a lot of people on the left.
They're considered
That, like,
independent
there's
examiners. If you
no
read the autopsy report, I believe it says they're considered an independent.
there's no middle
independent
ground for
body
them.
now,
It's
or
like
something like
you're
that.
either on
Right, yeah,
you're
and that's
either
what I'm
on the
saying. You could
left
say
or
the same
you're a
thing
bad
for
person.
prosecutors. Prosecutors have no institutional.
I mean, it
like,
is, but
connection to
I
the
mean,
cops necessarily. It does not
I've
mean
been
that they
pretty
don't
right
work in
so
their own
far.
time.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But this prosecution,
I
like
could
said,
just say that I'm
he's
center, or
really
I could just
hammering
say that I'm
away,
independent, or I say that I'm unaffiliated.
trying to
But if I
pull
say
that
like
push
I'm
margin,
right
because they're saying
leaning,
like there's
it's
black people
immediately
did all
like,
this,
okay, well, what about this? Like, what about
I
that?
just
What
say,
about
I
this?
haven't
What about
looked
that?
into it. Did they do the
I've
whole
been at a
full
lot of
testing
panels. I have a lot of
thing, or did they
conversations
do
in
the
real
whole
life.
thing
Like
after the
it,
prosecutors?
that yeah, that's
I
anecdote.
don't know about that one.
But I
I've
mean,
watched
a
the
lot
case.
of
I don't
people
know
on
yet.
the right have the same sentiment. A lot of other streamers, a lot of other
But yeah,
politically
that'd be
active
interesting. I know that they tried moving the trial.
friends of mine feel the same
Right,
way,
that's
and
what I
even
was- what I
people
was
who are on the
thinking
left
about.
feel the
Just have
same way
discussions
because
about
they don't
moving
even
it
have
somewhere
to.
else in Minnesota.
Like, you don't even have to
Either
say
way is
like I'm on the right, but you can just be on the left and
but
defend
it's an interesting trial. This is
somebody or some action or some behavior from the right, and immediately you're just gonna get
seeing where
pelted,
it goes.
with
I did
insults
this
and
on
like.
the Taylor case. I did this
So
with the Amber Geiger case. I watched all these cases kind of unfold, and I tell you, if I've spent hours looking at this, so I don't expect most average American people to do this, but if you get the chance,
religious people are
look
not
into this
all
stuff. If we had just a little bit more research
on
these
the
things,
right
we
side of
wouldn't
the
have as
spectrum.
much, at
Like,
least,
I think
outrage as we
80%
would.
of
That's all I was
U.S.
reporting.
citizens
Look into it with an open mind, though. Don't look into
identify
it
as religious,
with,
as some kind of
preconceived,
religion, or follow some
ideas.
kind of religion.
Don't look at it
question,
as
though.
police killing another unarmed
I
black
don't know.
man again, right? Don't look at it like that.
I have a question.
You're so
trial. Look at any trial like that. If someone's convicted of a
Did I
crime,
win the giveaway yet? Yeah, Melly said it's gonna be Monday.
I've said this with plea deals. This is the biggest problem with plea deals.
I mean, the
People
last
take
time I
plea deals
checked,
when they
yeah, it
probably
was like
shouldn't, or
80%.
they're coerced by the detectives to take a plea deal or to talk. I say we look at every case individually and see what is wrong with this case. And in my opinion, the justice system I want is blind. Doesn't see the creed or anything like that. They look at you for the crime that you have supposedly committed, and it carries justice out fairly amongst everyone. Now, of course, everyone's gonna say, "Well, justice system isn't fair," and blah 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 blah. There's a whole
That's
bunch of talk
that's
about
not saying that they're Christian.
but
That's just saying that they're
when it
religious,
comes
or that
to
they follow
the
some
whole,
kind of religion or faith.
no, look, I've seen people on death row.
Because
that
I
have,
think
like,
it's like
Dutch names on it. I'm like,
65%
what the fuck? How
Christian.
is that person charged on death row?
Hey,
Or
Doghouse, can
60%
you use that
Christian.
argument to automate the justice system? Like we could
Which
have
one?
auto judges.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure
Sounds
it's
good to
like
me.
it's a really
Like, yeah,
high
we could
number. It's like
literally have
75 or
Bots,
80%
pretty. I'm not even saying this is a
that
joke. I think it
that
would be a
say that
decent
they
idea
do
to
follow
have
some religion.
The problem is the
judges.
nuance.
You want artificial intelligence being the arbiter?
Yeah,
of, like,
absolutely.
Yeah, because you think about it, that is the most unbiased you could probably get. Which is
problem is the nuance for each case. You have to program each
Actually,
Yeah,
process.
it'd have to be a
no,
smart one.
pause. Not even nuance for each case. You actually want a human judge to pass judgment over you, such that they could be kinder to you.
Yeah,
than
so
a
that's
judge,
what I'm
a human
saying.
judge is the only
People
one
with
who
no
can
formal
genuinely
religious
put a
identity
fine
at
for this
26% of
crime.
the. So
It
yeah, I
just
was
shows what we
right.
have to do when
75
community
or
service.
74% would identify as religious.
Out the punishment that's written down into
So
law.
it should be proportional to whatever you've done, and like good AI would probably be able to do this. I don't know if we have it right
so that
now.
means
but,
probably
like,
Islam
good
or
AI
whatever
could
is
like
in there
be
too.
kind, quote unquote, because you're like in a worse position, right?
Well,
No,
the problem, here's the
or
thing,
you could
though,
play a
right?
game of
So here's
rock
a good
paper
question.
scissors or something.
Here's a good question.
You
Maybe
had to beat the
somebody-
system with the rock paper scissors. Fair enough.
Easy.
I have a
Real quick
question.
to
I
answer-
wish
real
Pisco
quick-
was here.
Real
because
quick
this
to
is a really
answer
good
my own
thing.
question from before.
What?
I asked who the prosecutor was. It's actually State Attorney General Keith
The law of
Ellison.
attraction.
Keith
How are
Ellison.
we
He's the head
getting
of the
here?
DNC.
Yep. I remember that was really popular too. Whenever Keith Ellison came out, and he made a bunch of, that's a whole nother can of worms, because that was why I believed, in my opinion. Now, of course, I believe Buckeye was in here when I mentioned this the last time. But the overcharging
People are
thing
looking up
with
stats.
flip-flopping on. I think initially he was going to go for first-degree murder. He said he was going.
Where will that end? What? I don't understand what you. You're the one that's been throwing out numbers. I think it's better for people to be looking up stats is a good thing. I don't know. I don't understand how you're trying to make that a bad thing, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding because it's text. But
court, right, that are manually typing out everything.
It is a good thing.
It's because of human error and or not human error,
MLB pulls the All-Star game
so
out of
let's
Atlanta.
say the robot spits out and goes, "You are
Fight
convicted
Georgia's
of life
horrible
without
voting
parole,"
laws.
and it's like, and then all
Maybe
of
a
a sudden
little late
like
for
the
Georgia, but
basis
it's a
and
good
stuff,
plan
and let's
in the
say that the bot
future.
just glitched and said life without parole instead of they.
I don't. What are the voter suppression laws?
Imagine because obviously we don't have this right now.
What are the voter What's the voter suppression that's happening in Georgia? I really want to know.
I think human judges. I actually think human judges mess up more than robots do. I'm not even.
How do you appeal to the AI? Wait.
Hello?
How do you appeal to the AI?
Well, okay. So here's the system I've got in place.
True.
On lowly courts, right? On lowly courts, you have human judges, right? Because in that case, it's it's you can bend it, if somebody hasn't had prior offenses, blah blah blah. On high cases.
Wait,
right?
how is that? How is that?
IPR, public reception. You have.
How is that voter
like
suppression?
murder cases and.
But also, you wouldn't. You shouldn't have food. You shouldn't have lines that long to begin with. You shouldn't have lines so long that people need food, water, or umbrellas just to get to the voting booth. Like
AI
that's
is
nuts.
pretty fucking good, and it's getting better.
Depending on how it learns, it could learn.
Right. I mean, that's fair enough. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know all the law. I'm not gonna pretend like I know all the laws in Georgia. That's why I was genuinely
you have
asking.
to be careful about the
like,
data
what are the laws?
I don't know. I think we're like viewing AI
that
as
are
a,
making
as in,
it
like if
that
statements or
way.
something like that. Like if this and then this and then this, then it's a.
Anyways, hold on. I have to get my food and my wife's on the phone.
Over a freaking machine any
Man,
But try to. I know you
so, like,
can't.
a human
post
judge. We can't
links,
like
but
validate like what's going.
Get them
on.
to a mod or something so they can post them in Discord so I can look at them because I really want to know.
More than AI does. Like people are like, oh, what if the AI glitches? That's very, very improbable.
Okay, what if the AI?
Hey now.
Person or the other.
I was going to say from my personal anecdote, I just got an ad the other day for a 45-year-old. Clearly AI is fallible. Okay.
Okay, but that's because they don't have that. That's because they don't have good they don't have good data on it.
Crazy! My whole point being that you would want a human in case that the data set doesn't line up appropriately.
Okay. Do you think I can guess your age? Exactly. I can't guess your age. I know. No, I think honestly you're probably like, what are you, 27?
C has
damn, that was
boomer
close,
brain.
Radif. I'm 26. Yeah.
Really close.
See, you're better than the fucking AI.
Maybe.
I just like that.
Wait, did you get an ad on Facebook or something?
Like
I think I got that. I think I got the ad that said 45 years old off of like Twitter or something. So it's through my normal Google Chrome. Like
you do. You do realize
situation.
You do realize that Twitter, all the social media that sell ads out are using the same algorithm program that Facebook uses to basically find your personality and then sell it to an ad company.
So I think somebody else.
That's what I was making the joke. I was making the joke that it failed miserably in my case because a lot of ads will be more targeted to the young 20 range, which is appropriate for me, as opposed to 45, which is clearly incorrect because even Radif can guess my age.
So
but
maybe
your personality might be that.
Maybe it thought you liked cougars.
Oh God, I'm a boomer. Don't tell me I'm a boomer.
Communist. Not everybody is as smart as me, right? You have to keep in mind that
true.
when we talk about Radif,
okay, sorry.
We're talking about
You're right.
We're talking about the upper. We're talking about the upper threshold.
Okay, like no AI judges, just Radif judges. Okay.
Yes, Radif. Not everybody is a smartass like you.
Right.
And then before I go with my kids, I need to say this: there's the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, right? And one of the issues that we have is we have too many people that live and die by the letter of the law rather than look at the spirit of the law and take into account what the subject is going through. That is where we fail as individuals within law enforcement, the law enforcement world, whether it's a judge, a lawyer, a prosecutor, a police officer, or whatever.
Right. So, but I don't know if
in those positions.
I don't think that not having enough
what we have to do
voting polls means that there's voter suppression. If that makes any sense, like
what I would say real quick, what I would say to you, Clock Guy, about this.
Obviously, they need more voting polls.
That the AI might be a little bit better at
or polling places. I mean,
or over
but
punishment. which could be fair. It would almost definitionally be more average. But again, there's no way that we could build an AI that would appropriately say,
no.
like, just have a
Some okay.
A judge who sees someone for the first time.
Having to show an ID, I don't think is voter suppression at all.
Community service, and you're out of here for a crime.
Just have more polls.
Misdemeanor with like up to a year in prison. The AI would just be like, oh, maybe 6 months is a fair enough compromise.
So it depends.
Yeah,
on
I was
AI,
trying to talk
right?
to chat, so
like,
and they were like way off topic.
Like,
so
their wealth or something like that, or their circumstances.
Right. So it could do that. I think it could do like fines. Well, like that's how they do fines in Europe. It's as a percentage of your income. So if you get caught speeding as a multi-billionaire, you'll pay a couple $100,000 as a fine.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about like 1990s AI. I'm talking about like 2020 cutting edge. Like this thing can like read a book and like recite it back to you in like some other language or like other like ways, right? It's so what do you guys think about like a system in which like an AI is 99% in line with most judges, right? So do you think in like a system like that we should have maybe like an AI that decides and then a judge that decides, and then we see if these two things line up, and if they don't line up, then we have another person come in and look at it, right? How do you feel about that?
Do we have
I would say
elections
that's
for
a
these
little bit better,
AIs?
but if you're building in the backup of having humans as a check system, I don't really see the need to like actually implement the AI at all.
Well, so like I guess it'd help like it'd be like having two judges. Well, so it'd be like having two judges on every case, right?
And in that case,
for
I
the
can
for
kind
the
of
price
see
of one judge.
It might speed things up a little bit too, considering the fact that like once we prove the AI is just or whatever, we can use it and then only review it in other cases.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it could technically help a little bit, but I would say that generally speaking, I wouldn't prefer it. Like if we think about like a case that we have to worry about right now, immigration judges, right? What would a immigration AI do? It would do one of two things.
the narrative was basically the last big.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just get the.
Everyone here fails to make.
I can't sign back in right now because I don't
Because you
know.
aren't currently being hunted by an actual terrorist organization. You're just being
stupid
hunted by
phone
the
is,
cartels.
and it's
So wouldn't that be like
SMS?
Well, wait, I got a great example real quick. I got a great
Uh,
example. So I know there's a movie called iRobot, right? Well, this would basically bring iRobot into existence with death penalty cases. Imagine being sentenced to death from a robot. That would be fucking weird.
Okay. So, get rid of the death penalty anyway, so it's fine.
So it'd be really weird and it'd be concerning, but like in reality, like there are certain situations in which I'd trust a computer more than a human, and I don't know if like trusting a human above all is necessarily like the rational choice.
Well,
that doubt though will cause it to take at least a couple of generations before we allow AI to make those kind of decisions.
All I'm gonna say is that as an anecdote, which you're not supposed to speak from, I did some dumb shit when I was a teenager and got off with community service. The dumb shit I did was illegal enough that I do not believe I would have gotten community service from an AI system.
Well, so it depends, right? I don't know why the judge made his decision, right? Maybe he made it because you're white, which is fucked up.
I mean, I think I would honestly agree and say it's very possible, Clock Guy.
Yeah, right?
Clock
It's
Guy, that
fucked
brings
up.
up another great point, though.
Let's hear
First
it.
of all, who would make these things, and who would be the ones in charge of controlling these AIs?
Yeah.
To the point of right now where we're going, right, is we're saying that the criminal justice system treats certain races unfair. Again, whether you believe it's true or not, but what I'm saying is with an AI, what if it's programmed to say, hey, you're black, we're going to give you a much more empathetic response as opposed to the white defendant. I mean, that's a possibility that could come up, especially with how controversial our nature is.
Yeah, and that's a really valid concern of like AI in general. It's just like bias due to training or some other design.
Every time we put it.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with you, Tigar.
Every time we put an AI onto the internet, the internet makes it racist. So like that's a problem too.
Well, yeah, it depends on like sometimes. Only
What
racist
is happening here? How did we get to racist AI?
Well, so like a big issue with regards to like law is how equally it's being applied to everybody else, and these people are saying, which is valid, that like an AI bot may not be unbiased. But my argument to that would be like at least we can like investigate why the AI is like being biased, or maybe like what data led to this AI being biased versus a judge.
I mean, the only way I guess the only way that it would get into like to be racist is if you're plugging in race and all this other stuff in there.
Yeah,
like,
right.
How about just don't plug that stuff in?
Yeah, right.
So, real quick, Nacho, the problem is an easy way that it could accidentally become racist is if we just plug in back data from all court cases that have occurred in order to train it. Our current system, which makes black people have longer and more often have sentences, would be the data that we would use to train this AI. It would then suddenly be like, ooh, defendant is black, gets 0.15 times or 1.5 times the sentence.
So so like he's saying like just don't give him the race, like make him blind to race.
But that's the thing though, right? Is that like what you are basically doing right now is, in my opinion, by programming these things, you're basically setting the precedent before trial even begins.
You wouldn't be able to make an AI judge blind to race because it would need to judge in racial hatred cases.
And in a way, the judge AI would basically be biased already to begin with, because you're basically, by nature of just programming this bot, you are already programming it to have a certain response to a certain case, right?
Yeah,
and
knowledge
so
is biased, sure.
That can basically become a biased bot just by nature of how the bot works.
Yeah, and I'm fine with bias in certain situations.
Real quick, to back up Clock Guy a little bit, it would be super based if this AI came out and said that circumcision was child genital mutilation. So like, you never know, could have some things.
Based as fuck. So with regards to what you said, Mistopheles, I think that you could keep it blind to race while still saying like races are in this case. So like race A did this to race B, right? You don't know what the hell those races are, right? But you still know that there's like a different race, and that'd be good, I think, because I don't care. I don't think it matters if like a white person does it to a black person or a black person does it to a white person, if it's necessarily racist.
I say we go
Dominion. I just see way too many legal issues, because if an AI judge was like, okay, you're guilty, I'm gonna be like, that programming's fucked up.
Yeah, but like that's like an innate distrust of computers, which is fine.
Man.
But like if it's not, like if we can grant like in a hypothetical that this is like 99.9% like just, whereas a normal judge is like 98% just, I hell yeah.
That's why I said earlier, we're not going to see something like that where AI is allowed to make those level of decisions in society for at least a couple of generations. Just
yeah, we would probably test it on like traffic court first and make sure it wasn't being like injudicious.
And keep in mind, this would change precedent forever, right? If we had no human judges, we would no longer have precedent, basically, because we would have everything based on the past.
That's actually fair. We'd still have to have a Supreme Court. We'd still have to have like writings on new laws and
AI
stuff.
judges would be dope.
Be the
That's
thing
what
that I would be willing to allow to say whether or not laws are like
so there would still be an appeal court process. So there would still be the Court of Appeals. Whether it's the 5th Court of Appeals, 6th Court of Appeals, 9th Court of Appeals. There'd still be an appeal court process that leads up to the Supreme Court. We're just talking about like local criminal cases, I guess.
You know what? I say this. I'm gonna lend it to Clock Guy and Communist here, okay? This is what I say. I say we leave it up to Dominion voting machines to create the AI, and we'll be good to go. I like that idea.
I mean, hey, it'll clearly allow me to get away with more stuff. Therefore, it is based. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have tons of evidence to show that Dominion's biased, right?
True.
And rigged the election. Tons.
I have no idea. I'm not one to talk about voting fraud and shit like that.
You brought it up, so you brought up Dominion.
No. I honestly.
He was memeing on us. He was making a joke.
Yeah, I was more or less
memeing.
memeing. I know Redneck. If Redneck was in here, he could talk all day long probably about Dominion. I have no clue about Dominion. I just know that it's kind of a meme, so that's why I was kind of mentioning it. More of a meme.
Good meme.
Yeah. So
I don't really
Can we not, so I don't get yeeted off of YouTube?
Wait, what the fuck? Is that a thing?
Don't worry,
Yes, if you talk about
Really?
Yes. That's literally why Steven Crowder just got banned.
Let's talk about the election.
Yeah, or not.
So wait, real quick, as a generalized thing, since Nacho is on
Crowder guy?
you have to,
Yeah.
exactly. You have to be very, very, very careful and say things like, instead of saying something was stolen, you'd have to say it was borrowed or other such bullshit.
Permanently
Or
borrowed.
just not.
Or just not, right?
Right.
Okay.
Actually, here's a question that you might know better, Nacho. Does YouTube streaming even pick up that kind of stuff without user reports?
Yes. Yes. There's like, it picks it up. Yeah. Google's on it. Google has the
So what if I say the two? What if I say the two words that should never be spoken?
Google's AI will pick up everything, dude.
2 words that should never be spoken.
Google's AI is biased.
The
Election
Probably.
Trump lost,
Voldemort.
To say. To answer the clock guy, what those 2 words are. The opposite of that.
Wait, what? Sorry.
The opposite of Trump lost.
Opposite
So
of
is
Trump
Matt
law.
Gates finished? Oh, I don't know. That's a good one. I don't know if anything else has come out about that.
You picked a good time to change your name, Zach.
Apparently he had
I know, I did.
Chill out with Matt.
Facts.
I changed my name. I'm like, it's probably a good move to do that one.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know whether anything else has come out about it yet.
Okay, so something else did.
Apparently
just
he
pop
said
up
he's
that's,
not
like,
going to
it was old
resign.
News that got re-reported, but like one thing I just saw before I got back in the call for Matt Gaetz is that apparently, and this is reconfirmed now, he had a game with other members of the Congress when he was a state rep, where if he banged an intern, he got some number of points. If he banged a female colleague in the state house, he got like twice as many points. So he built a sex game.
Oh
who he could
no!
bang.
Wow.
What the
Like
fuck,
a real
dude?
bra, right?
Yeah, what the fuck?
This
Wait, do
sounds a
we know
lot
who they
like,
are?
Idiot,
House of Cards,
dude.
and I'm digging this House of
Yeah.
Cards vibe here.
Do we know who those people
Real
are?
quick,
They-
yeah, to answer the question, clock guy, he's like, there's a couple named people, but they're more like for the bigger stuff, like the current thing about the 17-year-old flying. For other state rep stuff, I don't think anyone was named. It was just like, you know, the sources were those state reps. But...
All right, let's watch this video real quick.
We're just getting some new details on a U.S. Justice Department investigation into whether Congressman Matt Gaetz had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl, an allegation the Florida Republican denies.
Yeah, this was like an
CNN
awkward
congressional
interview,
correspondent
man.
Ryan Nobles is working the story for us.
Tonight, new information emerged
Yeah.
about an investigation involving Florida Congressman
It's still
Matt Gaetz. A source
it still was
familiar with the
awkward,
probe
though.
telling CNN
Come on,
Gaetz is
man.
being
Can we just
investigated
get
by
to
the
the
Department of Justice for possible sex trafficking and prostitution, including allegations involving a minor. All things the Republican strongly denies.
It is a horrible allegation, and it is a lie. The New York Times is running a story that I have traveled with a 17-year-old woman, and that is verifiably false. People can look at my travel records and see that that is not the case.
Instead, Gaetz claims he and his family are the victim, the target of an extortion attempt.
On March 16th, my father got a text message demanding a meeting wherein a person
Sorry, dude, but
demanded
I already
$25 million
had
in
weird feelings
exchange
about
for
him
making
anyways.
horrible sex trafficking allegations against me go away.
was sus,
Pensacola-based
yeah.
federal
It's weird.
prosecutors are examining the extortion claim, according to the source familiar with the investigation. That is being handled apart from the other
can we just get
investigation.
back to
The
this?
congressman accusing a former...
His name is David McGee. He was McGee. His name is David.
On Fox News.
His name is David McGee. He was a top official in the leadership in the Northern District of Florida as a prosecutor. He currently works at the Beggs and Lane law firm.
Yeah,
As a
that's
matter of
kind of what
fact,
it felt
one
like,
of the
Rogue. It was kind
recordings
of
that was
weird.
made
Like,
at the FBI and Department of Justice
I don't
request
know, man.
occurred at that law firm.
His top
and the
aide
money that was
resigned
supposed
today.
to be paid
Oof.
today
It's not
that
looking
would have
good,
shown
man.
even more evidence
Yeah, facts.
of
All the
David
eyes are off of
McGee's work
Cuomo.
in this
I hate
extortion
it, dude.
scheme.
Gaetz also called on the FBI and DOJ to release any tapes of surveillance involving his father.
And if the FBI and Department of Justice will release the tapes that they are in possession of, the American people will see what is really going on.
McGee's law firm, Beggs and Lane, released a statement denying the accusations against him. The allegation by the congressman is both false and defamatory. Mr. McGee was the chief United States attorney for the Northern District of Florida 25 years ago. During his tenure with the Department of Justice, his reputation for integrity and ethical conduct was impeccable. CNN's source did not disclose who was being investigated for the extortion. The interview with Tucker Carlson at times got uncomfortable, with Gates suggesting that the talk show host had dinner with Gates and a woman who could be at the center of the investigation by the FBI into Gates'
disturbing.
conduct. Carlson said he did not remember the woman.
Like the level of, that's what I'm saying, like the level of like vote blue no matter who is kind of terrifying. Like I get it, man.
17-year-old girl
but
who
dude,
you had a relationship with.
If that was a Republican, I'd be saying the same thing. Get him out. I mean, I say the same thing about like Lindsey Graham right now. Like, get him out. I don't care. Even if it's a Democrat, sometimes you just got to primary people, man.
You just saw a Matt Gaetz interview. That was one of the weirdest
obviously
interviews I've ever conducted.
Today, the most
want it to be someone
Republican
decent,
in the
but
House, Minority Leader
there's
Kevin
certain
McCarthy,
people that gotta
called
go,
the
man.
allegations
He's a
serious,
Democrat right
said
now
he
anyway,
was
so who
waiting to
cares?
learn more.
If it comes out to be true,
It's
yes,
just some
we would
people
remove
that just
him
wanna-
if that was the case. But
some people just
right
gotta
now,
go,
as
man.
Matt Gaetz says, it is not true, and we
Well,
don't
just
have any
legalize
information. So
marijuana.
let's get all the information.
Whatever.
And as you can see, the congressman's political
Frank
future
can
very much
resign
in doubt. That was not a ringing endorsement
Yeah.
from the House Minority Leader as they wait to learn more about this investigation.
Yeah,
he did
facts.
get support
We need
from a
term
fellow
limits
member of
for
the Freedom
everyone.
Caucus, Representative Jim Jordan
All
of
right, where
Ohio,
else
who is
was
the
this?
ranking member on the
I
Judiciary
wanted to see
Committee.
more of
In a
that,
statement
like,
to CNN, he said that he believed Matt
interview, man.
Gaetz
That one
and
was
said that
just
he shouldn't be
really
removed from that committee.
strange, man. Really strange, my dudes.
down to the point of where
What
you're
a
going to have a
creepo
massive outbreak.
depot.
You're going to have a massive outbreak on these ships.
They already know that. Right now,
I
they're
hope they
looking
know.
at how long it will last, how long it will stay effective.
couple of
Right
hours
now,
ago,
they're
they said-
saying 6 to 8 months.
Wait, hold on.
All right, they're saying it's like a flu
But
shot where
that
like
it's
they're saying
possible it could last longer. So
Right,
you
they're
will
saying-
have to go back and get revaccinated, and that we'll have to get revaccinated for you.
All right, this is the full content.
This afternoon, the New York Times ran a story saying that Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz
It was
is under
pretty
federal
weird.
investigation for playing some role in sex trafficking.
Made you so
potentially
happy?
having a relationship with a 17-year-old
What?
girl. There are
Which
very
one?
few details in major news outlets tonight about this story. We have no background on it all, and not even any very informed questions. Instead, we've invited Congressman Gaetz on the show to respond to these stories and give us his view of
All-star
this.
game
Congressman,
gang
thanks so much
from
for coming on.
Georgia over
Appreciate
voter
it.
suppression.
So this is obviously a serious allegation. Tell us what the truth is from your perspective.
It is a horrible allegation, and it is a lie. The New York Times is running a story that I have traveled with a 17-year-old woman, and that is verifiably false. People can look at my travel records and see that that is not the case. What is happening is an extortion of me and my family involving a former Department of Justice official. On March 16th, my father got a text message demanding a meeting wherein a person demanded $25 million in exchange for making horrible sex trafficking allegations against me go away.
Known that for quite a-
Our family was so troubled by that, we went to the local FBI. And the FBI and the Department of Justice were so concerned about this attempted
People can look
extortion
at
of
my
a member
travel
of
records.
Congress that they asked my dad to wear a wire, which he did with the former Department of Justice official. Tonight, I am demanding that the Department of Justice and the FBI release the audio recordings that were made under their supervision and at their direction, which will prove my innocence and that will show that these allegations aren't true. They're merely intended to try to bleed my family out of money. And
Yeah.
this former Department of Justice official
Yeah, this
tomorrow
is-
was supposed to be contacted by my father so that specific instructions could be given regarding the wiring of
Wait, what does Star
$4.5
Slice
million
do?
as a down payment on this bribe.
I missed it.
I don't think it's a coincidence that tonight, somehow, the New York Times is leaking this information, smearing me, and ruining the investigation that would likely result in one of the former colleagues of the current
Hey, Star
DOJ
Slice isn't timed
being brought
out.
to
I mean,
justice
at least not right
for
now.
trying to extort me and my family.
So a couple of obvious questions that come to mind, and again, just to restate, this just happened. Don't have any other information beyond what we've already said and you have said. First of all, who is this Department of Justice
TRN.
former employee who's trying to
Okay.
extort the money from you? You say.
Oh, I mean,
His name is
he's
David
probably on my
McGee.
channel then.
He was a top official in the leadership in the Northern District of Florida as a prosecutor. He currently works at the Beggs and Lane law firm. As a matter of fact, one of the
anything.
recordings that was made at the FBI and Department of Justice request occurred at that law firm, and the money that was supposed to be paid today that would have shown even more evidence of David McGee's work.
You remember there was a bunch of people that were
scheme,
that were
by the New York
like all the
Times story,
bans
and
were
I believe
basically
that's
undone
why
because of Mark murder.
This horrible information and these terrible allegations have been used this evening.
So you're, and I'll get to the investigation in a sec, but you're saying that David McGee was motivated by greed. He was trying to extort money from your family. That's his motivation, you're saying?
I know that there was a demand for money in exchange for a commitment that he could make this investigation go away along with his co-conspirators. They even claimed to have specific connections inside the Biden White House. Now, I don't know if that's true. They were promising that Joe Biden would pardon me. Obviously, I don't need a pardon. I'm not seeking a pardon. I have not done anything improper or wrong. But what I am troubled by is the real motivation for all of this. You know, just tonight, Ted Lieu, a Democrat, is calling on me to be removed from the House Judiciary Committee. And I believe we are in an era of our politics now.
It just seems like plastic, like when he's like everything that he's saying is just like.
I'm not the only person on screen right now who's been falsely accused of a terrible sex act. You were accused of something that you did not do, and so you know what this feels like. You know the pain it can bring to your family, and you know how it just puts people on defense when you're accused of something so salacious and awful. But it did not happen. It is not true. And the fact that it is the basis of this attempt to extort my family tells a lot. And if the FBI and Department of Justice will release the tapes that they are in possession of, the American people will see what is really going on.
That the right is dying a miserable death, and there's nothing
you just
can do about
referred to a mentally ill viewer who accused me of a sex crime 20 years ago. And of course, it was not true. I never met the person. But I do agree with you that being accused falsely.
I would say the right
can happen, and you do see it a lot. Let's go back to the investigation.
Is dying. I would say Republican Party. Yeah, you could make that argument.
That it was or is underway. There was an
so is the Democratic Party.
What is the basis of that investigation? What is the allegation?
Both parties are pretty fractured right now.
Clear from these news stories.
Yeah, again, I only know what I've read in the New York Times. I can say that actually you and I went to dinner about 2 years ago. Your wife was there, and I brought a friend of mine. You'll remember her. And she was actually threatened by the FBI, told that if she wouldn't cop to the fact that somehow I was involved in some pay-for-play scheme, that she could face trouble. And so I do believe that there are people at the Department of Justice who are trying to smear me, you know, providing for flights and hotel rooms for people that you're dating who are of legal age is not a crime. And I'm just troubled that the lack of any sort of legitimate investigation into me would then convert into this extortion attempt.
Oh, Millie.
I don't remember the woman you're speaking of or the context at all, honestly. But I would like to know who. So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl.
So the rep's dying out. Okay.
You had a relationship.
Yeah, I would say the Republican Party is.
The person doesn't exist.
I don't know whether it's dying. The old school Republican Party is definitely dying out. Like people are tired of rhinos, and the same thing is happening with the Democrats. They're tired of dinos, except the only difference is like with the Democrats is that there's like a split of like which way it's supposed to go.
How long has this investigation been going on?
Like people are trying to bring in like socialism and anarcho-capitalism, communism, and like
you know,
and
again,
some pretty radical ideas like that,
really
Marxism.
Saw this as a deeply troubling challenge
like
for my family on March 16th.
They're trying to bring into the Democrat Party,
you know,
and even like classical Democrats don't want anything to do with that stuff.
Child prostitutes. That's obviously false. There will
and a
be
lot
no
of
such
Democrats are
pictures because
upset.
no such thing happened. But
there's
really
like
on March 16th was when this got going from the extortion standpoint.
Sorry, hold on. I want to.
So what happens next? I mean, you can say there is this investigation, I guess a criminal investigation. I'm not quite sure what the sex trafficking part comes in. I don't, again, for the fifth time, I don't really understand the story very well.
The boomers are dying
where does
by
it go
nature
from
with the
here?
right
I mean,
wingers,
you've made an allegation.
That's what I'm saying. Like the boomers in both parties
accused him of trying to extort
literally
dollars from your family.
Literally, actually dying.
What happens tomorrow?
Well, what was supposed to happen was the transfer of this money that would have implicated the former colleague of these current DOJ officials. But that's obviously not going to happen tomorrow because the New York Times story was leaked in order to quell that investigative effort. So here's what needs to happen next. The FBI and the Department of Justice must release the tapes that are in their possession that were done at their direction.
An inanimate
Those
object.
tapes will show that I am innocent and that the whole
They
concept
keep like cutting him off,
sex
like not letting
charges
him,
against me was really just a way to try
not
to
even
bleed
letting him
my
like
family
speak
out
to the
of money
press and
and
stuff.
probably smear my name because I am a well-known, outspoken conservative, and I guess that's out of style in a lot of parts of the country right now.
Matt Gaetz, I appreciate your coming on tonight.
Thanks for giving me the chance to tell the truth, Tucker. I appreciate it.
It's a more interesting and complicated story than I knew from reading about it. Thank you very much. Matt Gaetz interview, that was one of the weirdest interviews I've ever conducted. That story just appeared in the news a couple of hours ago.
Weirdest interviews I've ever conducted.
On the certainty that there's always more than you read in the newspaper, we immediately called Matt Gaetz and asked him to come on and tell us more, which, as you saw, he did. I don't think that clarified much, but it certainly showed this is a deeply interesting story, and we'll be following it. Thank you very much. Matt Gaetz interview, that was one of the weirdest interviews I've ever conducted. That story just...
God, dude. Oh, it's so weird. So creepy. Let's see if there's any breaking news. What is the damage report on any of these channels? How long is this? Oh, this is 2 hours ago?
Breaking news now, the communications director
Tucker's
for
like, man, I made a mistake.
Matt Gaetz has resigned, according to a report in The Hill. This follows another report in the New York Times that said Gaetz was under investigation for a possible sexual relationship with a 17-year-old.
Wait, what does that have to do? Wait, what did I miss?
Allegations.
Man, oh man. Let's see what's going on. Oh god.
I predicted wrongly that the Matt Gaetz scandal would take weeks or perhaps months to unfold, but no, they're pretty much just releasing everything. It's just all getting dumped. You get to binge this thing. So let's binge. A Justice Department investigation and a Representative Matt Gaetz and an indicted Florida politician is focusing, we now find out, on their involvement with multiple women who were recruited online for sex and received cash payments, according to people close to the investigation, and text messages and payment receipts reviewed by the New York Times. So when it comes to journalism, like with online burns, we like when people bring receipts and apparently they've got them.
Wait, what?
But let me run you through a bit of the new revelations. Investigators believe that Joel Greenberg, who was indicted last year on a federal sex trafficking charge and other crimes, initially met the women through websites that connect people who go on dates in exchange for payment receipts reviewed by the New York Times. So when it comes to journalism, like with online burns, we like when people bring receipts and apparently they've got them. But let me run you through a bit of the new revelations. Investigators believe that Joel Greenberg, who was indicted last year on a federal sex trafficking charge and other crimes, initially met the women through websites that connect people who go on dates in exchange for gifts, fine dining, travel, and allowances, according to 3 different people with knowledge of the encounters. Mr. Greenberg then introduced the women to Mr. Gaetz, who also had sex with them. Greenberg and Gaetz have been pictured together at many different events. Apparently, the connection is quite clear, even social. The Justice Department inquiry is also examining whether Mr. Gaetz had sex with a 17-year-old girl and whether she received anything of material value, according to 4 people familiar with the investigation. The sex trafficking count against Mr. Greenberg involved the same girl. The authorities have also investigated whether other men connected to Mr. Gaetz and Mr. Greenberg had sex with the 17-year-old, according to 2 different people. And the Times has received receipts from CashApp and Apple Pay that show payments from Gaetz and Greenberg to one of the women and a payment from Mr. Greenberg to a second woman. Women told their friends that the payments were for sex with the 2 men, according to 2 people familiar with the conversation. And I will just add that as the Gaetz thing has been unfolding, a lot of people's previous reporting and just observations on Twitter have sort of resurfaced. We have one. It's from the artist Coincel Pro saying, this is from June of last year. I just looked at Matt Gaetz's Venmo and he apparently knows a lot of extremely young looking women, LOL. Yeah, in hindsight, maybe not LOL. And we don't know if that means anything. It's just one of those fun little wrinkles, Viviana. But so far, based on what we have now learned, what do you think?
I mean, he's not that old, is he?
Well, what we do know for a fact is he doesn't see anything wrong with paying for sex. So we know that. That used to be something that people frowned upon in politics. Now he thinks it's okay as long as they're legal, especially Republicans.
Yeah, certainly being conservative, you're kind of like, what are you?
And I'm not trashing sex workers. Okay. I mean, I think that is something that's an industry that's older than any other job. And there are some very valid people doing sex work out there. But this guy seems to be preying on underage girls and very young women.
I don't want to do math.
Or much younger than him. I mean, his own fiance now is like 12 some years younger than him, which, okay, I hope they're happy.
Okay, yeah.
But this is really kind of showing a history of his behavior that he's admitted to, that he's been showing off. I mean, this frat boy mentality to the max. We keep seeing it. It's been here in politics for as long as we can remember, but it's not open now. And what do we expect after somebody who's been like the biggest fan of Donald Trump? This has been something that has been celebrated amongst men in the GOP. Giving each other high fives and stuff about this kind of conquest. I mean, from Cuomo to Gates, we're seeing that this toxic masculinity in politics is masculinity
in
politics,
politics.
Out in the open.
This is disgusting. All right, let's see what else we can find on Matt Gaetz. What do we got? What else is happening here? We need the scoop, man. We need it right now. This says, wow, this is old. The New York Times, the New York Post is like talking about Matt Gaetz is on the road to matrimony, and that was in December 31st of this past year. He just proposed to somebody. Ooh. Wait. Oh. What? I'm so confused, bro. Florida Rep Matt Gaetz on Thursday said he lives. What is happening, bro? Like, for all those wondering, this is my son Nestor. What? The Congressman tweets came after he got into a shouting match. What? I know, man. The more I just look at what he gets into, like, oh. What? All right, my food's here. This is just I'm so lost in this whole thing. I got to get my food. I'm like getting delirious.
Don't behave. Quit. Go lay down. Animals. Watch out. I gotta feed the pups, guys. Be right back. Come on. Hold it. Back up. No. Yeah, this whole thing is weird, man.
Real weird. Oh, man. Guys who show wait, what? Guys who show women's nudes around are the real hoes. I mean, I guess, yeah. Man. Oh yeah, the stream unbanned everyone. Rip. Yeah, it's because y'all go lay down. Y'all, I'm so hungry, dude. Click on the link above. Oh god. Oh god, here we go. Oh no. Matt Gaetz. Gaetz showed nude photos when he said he slept with lawmakers. Wait, is this 2 freaking mac and cheeses? Bro, this is supposed to be mac and cheese and mashed potatoes. No. I'm sick, man. Come on, dude. They did me wrong, dude. No nachos? No. Eat nacho. Yeah, I need to. I'm so hungry. All right, let me get some mustard. Dude, what a creepo depot, though. Hold on, I'll play this while I'll probably watch it again when I get back.
We should be very clear from the top that this is a separate issue than the DOJ investigation that is ongoing right now. When Matt Gaetz was a new member of Congress, he earned a reputation very quickly of being a close ally of former President Donald Trump's. He was someone who was a conservative firebrand, someone who liked to be in the limelight of the media. He also, according to multiple sources CNN spoke with, behind the scenes, liked to show his colleagues photos and brag about sexual exploits that he had with women. Now, 3 sources told CNN that this was something that Gaetz did, and 2 of these individuals had seen these images firsthand. One of these individuals said that they saw this image. Matt Gaetz shared this image with them, a nude photograph on the House floor. Someone else said that they had seen an image that Gaetz shared with them just off of the House floor, but still at the U.S. Capitol. Now, of course, CNN reached out to Gaetz directly, as well as his office, for comment. We have not heard any response from either Gaetz nor his office, but obviously this is a significant development given what is going on with the DOJ investigation. But again, I want to make it crystal clear, these are 2 separate issues, Wolf. This is not something that we know that the DOJ is looking into, nor is there any indication that these women whose photographs were shared with other members, that they were minors, Wolf. I think that that's very important to underscore here.
Very important indeed to underscore. Lauren, thank you.
At this time, the suspect has been pronounced deceased. 2 U.S. Capitol police officers were transported to 2 different hospitals. And it is with a very, very heavy heart that I announce one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries. We are not able to release any information, names, age, date of birth, or anything of that nature at this time because we still have to notify the next of kin. I just ask that the public continue to keep U.S. Capitol Police and their families in your prayers. This has been an extremely difficult time for U.S. Capitol Police after the events of January 6th and now the events that have occurred here today. So I ask that you keep our U.S. Capitol Police family in your thoughts and prayers.
Get back.
Another U.S. Capitol
How
Police
close was she
officer
to eating some of this?
protecting the
I feel like
Capitol,
she's probably about
protecting
to eat my
America,
food.
dying.
That's right, Brooke. And I mean, look, this is absolutely heartbreaking. This force has already been through so much, especially after the January 6th attack. When you
All right.
We should be very clear from the top that this is a separate issue than the DOJ investigation that is ongoing right now. When Matt Gaetz was a new member of Congress, he earned a reputation very quickly of being a close ally of former President Donald Trump's. He was someone who was a conservative firebrand, someone who liked to be in the limelight of the media. He also, according to multiple sources CNN spoke with, behind the scenes, liked to show his colleagues photos and brag about sexual exploits that he had with women. Now, 3 sources told CNN that this was something that Gaetz did, and 2 of these individuals had seen these images firsthand. One of these individuals said that they saw this image. Matt Gaetz shared this image with them, a nude photograph on the House floor. Someone else said that they had seen an image that Gaetz shared with them just off of the House floor, but still at the U.S. Capitol. Now, of course, CNN reached out to Gaetz directly, as well as his office, for comment. We have not heard any response from either Gaetz nor his office, but obviously this is a significant development given what is going on with the DOJ investigation. But again, I want to make it crystal clear, these are 2 separate issues, Wolf. This is not something that we know that the DOJ is looking into, nor is there any indication that these women whose photographs were shared with other members, that they were minors, Wolf. I think that that's very important to underscore here.
Very important indeed to underscore, Lauren. Thank you.
I don't think you're gonna find anybody. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what people are. Okay, yeah, whatever. We're just gonna not. Man. Mm.
Besides,
Yeah.
you know,
All right.
terrorism. So it'd be curious. It's again also possible. It's a general note. Black people are overrepresented in the Islamic faith in America because they adopted it after the civil rights movement. So it's also a possibility.
What?
Interesting. But like, how's that even like a terrorist attack? I feel like if you're wanting like a terrorist attack, it would have been something a lot less directed, you know? It's like
Well,
they're
I mean,
threatening to the
happening?
White House, right?
it's the same thing as like we saw like in Nice, I think it was in France, where they had the truck that ran over people. Like
Mhm.
it's just attempting to use what you have as some form of weapon.
Yeah, I guess I just
there's
don't understand like the target in this situation.
when
Fair
it
enough.
comes to strategy, there's this thing called probing, right? When you want to attack
Mhm.
somebody's base, you send probes out to see, what they react to, how they react to it, so on and
Oh.
so forth, right? So if you look prior to the 9/11 bombings or terrorist attack, whatever you want to call it, there was the bombing of the I think it was the same tower, but it was down in the basement.
World Trade Center was bombed in like the 90s, but that's a while
Yeah.
ago comparatively.
So there was the attack on the Trade Center back in the 90s that some believe was an initial probe to see how how it would be taken, what it would actually do, and all those different things. So
No, Mylan, I think you got it right.
It's interesting.
Right. So I would say that if this guy was Nation of Islam, or more specifically, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's my phone's being laggy. So if he is Nation of Islam, I would have expected that they would have said there may be a terrorist link or whatever. So it's interesting that they quickly jumped up and said that there wasn't. I would guess that like with every other like violent incident, that we don't hear about his political affiliation for at least a day or 2.
Oh, for sure.
Do Or does
So this is the
Nation of
guy that
Islam-
attacked the Capitol today?
Yeah.
Mm.
Are they like opposed to Biden?
No, the Nation of Islam, like the Black Israelites, are just a religious organization.
Wait, is this still being blamed on the 6th?
Maybe.
Oh, it's unclear.
No, but it keeps getting brought up every time they're talking about it.
Yeah.
They're like, there's this, and then the 6th, like this, and then after the 6th.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard not to.
Like this is terrible, especially after the 6th. Like,
right. It's hard not to compare the two when it's like again still Capitol Police that end up dying, right?
I think it's one person though.
Yeah.
Well, January 6th is the reason why there's so much security there in the first place, right? So.
Right, which is why it's being connected.
The attacker exited the vehicle with knife in hand and began lunging at the officers.
whatever, dude. Violence sucks all the time.
I hate to be in the same state as this asshole, but
Oh wait, is he from Indiana?
yeah, he's Noah Green, 25 of Indiana.
Long trip.
That's rather young. Okay, that's interesting. So this is all uninformed and just speculation or whatever. But if he's that young, I would be more in line to say that he was radicalized. Could be radicalized for, say, Nation of Islam or anything else. But I would say that
still
he's
don't see
likely
anything
a person
else,
who got
though.
radicalized on the internet.
Possibly.
Capitol officer and Indiana man are both dead following a vehicle ramming attack at the Capitol complex. There's still nothing to say. Like, where did you find that he was?
It's just off of Constitution Avenue, heading towards the U.S. Capitol. So it's pretty far away from the U.S.
Exited the
Capitol.
vehicle with knife in hand and lunged towards police.
But why would it just be a knife? If this was planned out, why would it just be a knife?
That is weird.
There was a knife attack. I think on the Ohio State campus where it was the guy initially used a car
Who's the
and then
suspect,
attacked with a
though?
knife.
Well, I mean, it looks like it hit a barricade.
Yeah.
My question is was this a suicide attempt?
Did he? So was the bomb supposed to? I mean, was the car supposed to be a bomb?
Oh, I don't know about that. If that's the case, that'd be another interesting twist. But
if the car was supposed to be a
Noah R.
bomb, then
Green,
I would understand why he ran into the barricade. But aside from that, I don't understand why you would run into a barricade.
Maybe
It doesn't make very much sense.
They found no ties to any extremist groups.
Really?
Except for the Nation of Islam.
Is that confirmed? I thought we just got that out of a chatter.
No, I think we chatted about that. That's all. Yeah, we were just
probably a suicide by cop.
Apparently all of his social media is gone.
Who's talked about the Nation of Islam?
Social media's just gone.
Guy was suicidal, man. Crazy people don't do rational things.
So who was talked about the Nation of Islam?
Somebody in the chat.
Pointing out that they said, the other guy even said it earlier. Nation of Islam is a religious group. It's not classified
police are
as
looking for a suspect in a
Yeah, but they're like
extremists.
extremists.
Support any
I'm gonna tell you the Nation of Islam
19-year-old
is
Mason
very,
Smith's
very
mother
closely
described
connected to the Brotherhood of Islam.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, when I was in the military, we were told to watch out for the Brotherhood of Islam because they're linked very closely to terrorist groups.
What,
Not
Drudge
that it was a
Report?
terrorist group, but linked very closely.
So they might be like disjoint.
Someone noticed it
So
on
this
his
dude
Facebook that he swore to the Nation
had
of Islam.
Nation of Islam on it, and now his Facebook is gone.
Interesting.
Oh well, yep, that's interesting.
It's according to Heavy. That shouldn't be done, Heavy. Okay, give me 1 second. That's kind of a bad.
I can't comment on how much connection there is or isn't between those groups. I have heard of, I do know.
Well, the Nation of Islam was the one that was there at the with Nick Sandman, right?
No, that was the Black
Israelites.
That was the Black Israelites.
Okay.
Israelites.
Okay, gotcha.
That's why I brought it up, though,
Don't get them
because they're now-
confused because they are
Right.
two different extremes.
Right, that's why
Nation of Islam is
Okay, so what
the
they're
minister
saying
at
is
Farrakhan.
So what they're saying is it does not appear to be terrorism related because the suspect was not someone who was previously known to their departments. And I don't think that's a qualifier to where they can say, "Oh,
Gateway
guys, that's not
Pundit showed
terrorism
us-
because we
okay.
didn't know his name."
Yeah.
So they just can't confirm terrorism yet or whatever.
And Facebook don't only yanks down once someone's identified in a crime, kind of like what just happened. Like even in the Boulder, Colorado shooting, they yanked down his Facebook.
Really? That's pretty weird.
Well, no,
Where is
yanked
that? I
it
can't
down
see
to
the
prevent
gateway
the
pundit.
family from being harassed.
Oh, I can see that, I guess. It just seems like they'd be covering up like ties and stuff like that, but I guess law
Well,
enforcement
no,
officials could get that if they want
the
to.
page is locked down, but it's only for like law enforcement to
Mm.
see. They prevent the general
Okay, so
public.
yeah,
Oh,
to be a little bit more specific with this, because this is what I just popped
he
up
like
on the news.
identifies as a follower of Farrakhan.
Right.
That's fair.
The gated entrance that Green rammed the gated entrance that Green rammed is one of several that allow access to the U.S. Capitol and is primarily used by senators and staff. So it is still near the Senate office buildings.
It's pretty far
All
away
right,
if you look at it
so
on a map, though.
I'm reading from the Gateway Pundit
It's not
now.
terribly close.
Suspect
Well, they put up
identified
a
as
pretty
no
big
green.
perimeter.
No green left a note on
So,
Facebook for his
Green
attack.
the person appeared to have come on hard times. His Facebook page reviewed by the Post before his account was taken down. I was
I'm
on the
gonna
right
head out,
track.
guys.
So
Hey,
he
bye.
said I
Thank you for
he said I
calling.
was on the right. He said I was on the right track and everything I had planned was coming into existence. It required long hours, lots of study and exercise to keep me balanced while experiencing an array of concerning symptoms along the path. I believe to be side effects of drugs I was intaking unknowingly, he wrote on March 17th.
Oh, you getting
However,
out of here,
the path
Misto?
has been thwarted as Allah has chosen me for other things. Throughout my life,
See you,
I
man.
have set
Thanks for
goals,
hanging out.
attained them, set higher ones, and have been required to sacrifice those things. It sounds like it's
He also-
from that post. From that post, it sounds like it. It sounds like it was terrorism related.
You got a sauce?
Okay, well here's his
Yeah, it's New York Post. I'll put the link in.
Here's his last
in-
Facebook post.
Thank you.
I wouldn't say terrorism, maybe radicalization for sure.
Okay,
This
but
is one of his-
He literally said, however, the path had been thwarted as Allah has chosen me for other things. So throughout life, I have set goals, attained them, set higher ones, and have been required to sacrifice those things.
Well,
Right, but when it comes
this
to
is
terrorism,
his
it has to be some
March
type of
17th.
terrorist organization that he has links to. So if he's just a radicalized, I mean, you can become radicalized yourself. Look at
Self-radicalization.
yeah. So maybe he follows someone, but he's not associated with them. You know what I mean?
Basically,
Okay.
Fat Buckeye's argument there is he's not part of a cell. You know, he could
Yes.
have done
So-
this for his own reasons.
So his
I mean, like
Facebook
domestic terrorism,
post.
you don't have to be in a cell, right?
Holy shit. All right. So his Facebook post says, in addition to my last post, I encourage everyone to study Revelations, study the signs of end times, study who the beast is, study who the Antichrist is, study who the false prophet is, and study the created images during those times. The minister is here to save me and the rest of humanity, even if it means facing death. Excuse me. Be willing to deny yourself and follow him. Pick up your cross. The honorable Elijah Muhammad, his teacher, the exalted Christ, is alive and in power. I bear witness. Study the minister. Watch his lectures. Study Elijah Muhammad. Study the mother wheel, which is present here in America. I bear witness. Again, we have little time. Peace. These are like cropped though. Like I don't know what the. Was that his last post?
To like go against country music.
Yeah.
They still don't
Instead-
know why he did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So instead, it's more in line of like he did a violent act, he did a crime, but was it relevant to a larger political
We're
ideology?
not on a
or
really
not?
good
That's
post.
unclear.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
the way that they look at terrorism is that it has to be from an idea or an entity outside of the U.S. Does that make sense?
Is that the definition?
So Timothy
That's how federal law enforcement looks at it.
Confused.
If it's terrorism, there has to be some connection with like Al Qaeda or some type of.
No, there doesn't. No, you can
Right,
definitely
some
be.
quote-unquote
You can
terrorism.
definitely be a
So
homegrown terrorist.
Real quick. What Buckeye is saying here is all of our laws relevant to terrorism do say this. They require that you are some outside entity. That's why we have.
No, it
But we have domestic terror laws, so
because
We
there's
don't
no
have
law
domestic
on it.
terror laws.
Right. So that's why I
Okay,
would say,
all right, well,
Buckeye, the reason we say
find out.
domestic terrorism is because the overall idea of terrorism is the same, even if we don't have a specific law in our books that says this is domestic terrorism.
I know. I'm
People
just trying to
say-
let people understand that there's not a domestic terrorism laws.
Rogue Mind might
Right,
disagree.
but that's the reason that we are using it.
According to the Patriot Act,
Yeah,
there is.
yes, Rogue Mind. Hello, yes, hi.
Yes, the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations defines terrorism as the unlawful use of force and violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce a government, the civilian population, or any segment thereof in furtherance of political or social objectives. That is the
Right,
U.S.
and-
Code of Terror. That is the U.S. Code of Federal Regulation definition
Right,
of terrorism.
and we only
Yes,
use
but in
that-
order to have in order for the
We do have
the
we do have a
terrorism thing to be in
lawful
there,
domestic terrorism
you have to
term.
connect them to a cell that is put on as a terrorist. All right.
So like, so basically, like what that Buckeye is saying there, and he's right, is that we don't use that charge, we don't use that code, unless you are a foreign, a foreign entity has made you do this sort of thing.
Well, we do have the term domestic terrorism.
I would call Timothy McVeigh a domestic terrorist, but his actions were just a mass murder unrelated to a terrorist incident.
Right, but there's also organizations that are defined as domestic terror groups.
That's true. We
On
do
the
have,
federal
we do
level,
have,
right?
We have started doing that to track them using the FBI. Like the KKK is a domestic terror organization.
So if they were to like enact something that was like analogous or exactly the same as like another terrorist attack, right? Would we not just call it terrorism?
We would colloquially call it terrorism, but on a
Legally
legal
not.
sense, when they go up to court, it would not be called terrorism. That's what Buckeye's saying.
Is this actually the case?
Yeah,
That's not the
generally
Patriot
speaking,
Act
it's true.
says.
Generally speaking, it's true. Like, if we go back, I'd have to look it up, but I don't believe Timothy McVeigh was charged for terrorism. He was just charged for all his murders.
Really? That's interesting. Why is that? Is it just like the war on terror, pretty much?
No, because, real quick, I'm sorry, I gotta go hot lefty take. It's because we live in a country that cares more about its native population than the people that are coming out against it, so it's easier for us to oppress the other.
True. Okay. Just wondering. Thanks.
Yeah, we don't want. So I would say that people that are making the rules, Congress, don't want the United States to be associated with other countries that like have I would say the biggest thing would be like the what happened in was it Ireland and stuff like that, where they were blowing up buses and blowing up
The Troubles, the IRA.
Troubles. They don't want the United States to be in a world view to have issues like those that were in the world view, and I mean like terrorism doesn't happen in the United States. Terrorism happens in those Middle Eastern countries, where they're blowing up the buses and they're killing all the Sunnis and they're killing all the Shiites and all this stuff. They want terrorism to be a problem of others, not to be a problem of within the United States. So
Right.
it's
So-
like it's a publicity type of thing. Does that make sense?
Right. So real quick, I just looked it up, and just to make this perfectly clear, Timothy McVeigh, widely considered colloquially to be the biggest incidents of domestic terror, was charged for use of a weapon of mass destruction, conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction, 8 federal counts of murder of law enforcement officers, and 160 state counts of first-degree murder.
I had been waiting to say that.
He was not
Back up.
convicted for any form of terrorism.
I was like sitting there
Dogs are
waiting,
trying to
just
get under my feet.
biding my time, waiting for a break to actually say that. Yeah.
Wait,
don't-
what weapon? What
That's
weapon
actually-
was he going to use?
He used it was the van
bombed
bomb.
it.
Fertilizer bomb, right?
Oh,
It was a
gotcha.
fertilizer bomb.
Considered weapon of mass
He's
destruction.
actually Timothy McVeigh is why you can only buy fertilizer
see what it
at
did?
purchasing amounts.
No.
Yeah. You should real quick, Clock Guy. Look up a picture of the Oklahoma City building. It's insane.
Yeah.
There's nothing left of that building. He blew the whole front of the building off.
No, with the daycare center inside of it and everything.
Yeah, he was what? That van was what? 10 feet away
Still-
from the daycare center.
Yeah, it still gives me chills. Which
I
is
mean,
why
what's
you have so
crazy to
much
me-
standoff in federal buildings nowadays.
What's crazy to me, like generally speaking, for it is that this occurred like when I was barely alive, and yet it's a thing that like when it comes to America, you're made aware of it very quickly.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it was.
This was after Waco, wasn't it? It was the anniversary of Waco.
I think it
Yeah,
was.
it was 95.
Yeah, he planned it for the anniversary of Waco.
Yeah.
Did he have like a manifesto?
No, yes, but they caught him. They caught him, and they caught 2 other people.
Yeah, his chicken shit ass didn't stay in the van.
No, he didn't. He ran away.
No, he ran away. Little punk
Pussy.
ass.
Interesting,
do
dude.
it. Do it right. God damn it.
Hey, I mean, clearly we've learned that other cultures they go down with the ship, so to speak. Okay.
Respectable terrorists.
When the OKC bombing happened, my
probably-
girlfriend's dad had to help relieve local first responders. His stories of damage are horrific. That sucks, dude.
I dated a girl in college. Her father worked at 9/11 at the site for 6 months.
Yeah.
And I tried talking to him about it one time when we were at dinner, and he just kind of looked at me. He says, "Don't ever, ever, ever ask me anything about that. I will not talk about it."
Don't lie. Don't lie.
I'm not.
We
I'm
all
not,
know.
dude.
We all
I'm
know
not.
you didn't date in college.
It was
So
it was the
for
most
my,
awkward relationship because she was
stupid
5 feet
question.
tall and I was 6 feet tall, and it wasn't even that I asked him that. I just said, because I flew home with her. I'm like, so you've had a rough couple of months, and he just kind of looked at me. I was trying to be nice, and I was
Right.
failing. I was 20 years old. I mean, how the hell are you gonna breach the topic? Because she wanted to go home to see him because he was literally getting up, going to the site, working till 10 o'clock at night, coming home, taking a shower, going to bed, getting back up, going the next day. That's all he did for 6 months. And this
Yeah,
was,
so-
and we
was
tried
just-
talking to him about it. He wouldn't talk about it.
I was gonna say, from my crazy anecdotal experience, at the time that 9/11 occurred, my mom was working as a contractor for the Pentagon. Luckily, she wasn't at the Pentagon at the time, but because of it, I was one of the few kids in my bumfuck Texas school to get pulled out on the day of.
Holy shit.
If you want to hear a really crazy anecdotal story, I was at the elementary school that the president was at. I was in the classroom right next to him.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Wait, what?
Did he
How
actually
old are you? Luder, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Oh,
Yeah, he was
okay.
reading to 5-year-olds. Talk.
Yeah.
He was reading to kindergarten.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I just don't remember that shit.
You wouldn't be in elementary school.
Or whatever grade it was. I was
No,
there. I know that
that's
for a
accurate.
fact.
You'd be in, like,
I was
He was
preschool.
at,
or something,
no,
right?
if you want to go there, he was at Emma E.
Maybe.
Book.
Wait, actually, you might.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were in first grade because I'm 28. I just turned 28, and I was in 3rd grade.
Right, so that'd be accurate. He could be 5 years old because I was 6.
Y'all making me feel
I was
old,
five.
man.
Year back,
Dang,
so.
son.
Me
My
You want to know where I was?
my teacher quit, bro, because like she had just had like the worst year. Like first, I think that happened first, and her uncle actually died in the Twin Towers, and she was like devastated. Or not her uncle, but her brother, or something like that, died in the Twin Towers attack. And like I remember her like watching the TV, and she was like devastated because she was like a younger teacher. So everybody liked her, and she was always like really happy and upbeat, whatever. So then that happened, and then like maybe like a couple months later, like her husband died of a brain aneurysm in his sleep. So she just had like the worst year, period. And then she just quit. She just quit teaching.
I just remember that day happened. I had to save my roommate that night because he got drunk and said something really stupid. And, he was like, "Oh, well, you think we'll get tomorrow off too?" And I'm like, "Oh God." And a bunch of people on our floor wanted to kick his ass. But I remember like a week later, do you remember the plane crash that happened a week later?
No.
There was a plane crash like in Brooklyn. was like a week or two later when they finally got back up in the air. There was a plane crash in Brooklyn one morning, and it was one of the boroughs. And I saw it on the news. I walked to class, and we had just started going back to class, and our teachers were like, they wanted to talk to us. It was one of the first or second day back in classes.
I don't know. We're talking about
And,
9/11 now somehow.
the teacher was trying
We
to
were
be,
talking
this
about
will never happen again. There's never going to be another plane crash in a major city. And I started
domestic terrorism
coughing
or something because we
and
were talking
and
about
she just
this.
looked at me. She goes, "What?" I go, "A plane just crashed in
What's the
Brooklyn."
guy's
And
name?
I didn't even think about it because but it's a New York school. There were
No, I
kids
can't
in
find
there that had parents in Brooklyn that
Let's
just
see.
lost their minds. Just like one girl just absolutely panicked and ran out of the room, and we had to go. Like the teacher ran after her to go get her because she was trying to find a phone.
Noah Green.
She just
We were talking
needed to
about
get
Noah
on the
Green,
phone and make
and
sure
then
that her
talking
mother was
about like
okay because her mother lived in
classifications of
Brooklyn.
terrorism or domestic
And
terrorism,
it was
whatever.
so eye-opening to me at that point because it was just like, damn, you don't think how connected the world is, and then stuff like
And
this
then,
starts happening, and you just
yeah.
say one thing, and it will just completely cause someone to completely implode and panic. And it was just incredibly eye-opening that day.
Or will so
To me, it really was
Biden won.
and I didn't know much about it. I
don't know.
I mean, I've
I don't
obviously
think.
studied up on it since
I
and
think I'm
everything
pretty
else,
sure
but just
Biden
to
undid everything
through
that
to,
Trump was trying to do.
I tried to
think
support my
he
girlfriend
signed
when
like
she was
a
going through it because
million.
obviously her father was having a horrible time, like for
But he
a good
signed like
solid
100
year to
executive
2 years
orders within
after.
like the first month or something.
Tons
Like
of different
I
aspects.
know he signed
to it
like
where,
33, I think, within the
today,
first
I
2
don't
weeks.
think
So
I'd ever
yeah,
want.
I
I
don't think
wouldn't wish
anything's
any of this on
coming
anybody,
out
any of
in
that
2
stuff
weeks. But
that
I
happened
mean, I
before,
could be
and I'm
wrong.
glad that
I'm not read up on
I say
absolutely
it, and I'm
everything,
glad
but
that we
as
have
far
better
as I
defenses
know,
now than we did.
nothing
But
that
sometimes
Trump
it
was
makes you wonder
doing
when
is going to
someone can drive
remain.
a car right
Everything
into the
has been
barricade of the
undone almost
Capitol and then
immediately.
stab someone to death.
This is the most executive orders signed within like the first.
Thank you, darling.
Like month of his term, or more
Delmarva.
like in history, I think.
I mean, to be fair though, the barricade is there to stop people from getting to the Capitol, not from people getting to the barricade.
I kept talking and I kept talking. I'm like, why is everyone? Did no one hear me? I was muted. With all this being said, I do think the federal government still has a lot of questions to answer about 9/11. I think the federal government has a lot of questions to answer about 9/11.
What specifically?
Oh, here
Why
we go.
the F-16s weren't in DC and they were instead practicing a war game, which was the exact scenario that happened. Why all the defenses left DC? Why these planes weren't brought back when this happened?
The melting point of
Et
steel.
cetera and so on.
Yeah, how can jet fuel melt still be
Real quick,
What?
like
But there
actually
are a
though?
lot
How
of
can jet
questions that
fuel
need
melt
answered.
still be?
Like in my opinion, just how did we actually handle like Bush giving orders and stuff? Because there's a period of time where our vice president said he was in charge until we got the shit under wraps on the day of, and that's weird too to me. But I have to run.
And why? And also, why was the rebel from the towers also sold to the lowest bidder overseas?
Why does it
'Cause
look
that's how
like
we
a
get rid of
building?
trash.
Why does it look like a building demolition?
That's also
the
another question that's
building
being
got
answered.
demolished.
No, building demolition and building demolishes are completely different. A building demolition will fall at free fall speeds, which the tower did. Why did it fall at free fall speeds?
If you want to look at the science and the engineering of it, Clock Guy, there's an actual organization that's called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth.
It is.
I mean, it's not too far. It's not too far fetched to say that they had.
I will just say
things
that
pre-planted, right?
If
to
you
help that
if you
happen.
watch a building
I mean,
demolition,
that's
and
beyond
you
like
watch the Twin Towers fall,
the
it's kind
narrative,
of strange.
I guess.
But I
No,
also
I'm just
don't
saying,
know.
Is it a possibility? I mean, they did. Someone did bomb the basement previously, right? And the bombs were on the columns. And it
Wait,
didn't
hold
do
on,
what
Wilson.
They wanted it to do.
Wait, somebody
I
in
would
chat said,
suspect.
shouldn't
So
you
who's
be
to say that
asking?
they didn't have pre-stuffed,
Somebody in chat said, shouldn't you be asking why they didn't attack the Saudis when 19 of the 20 hijackers were Saudis based?
True.
Because Republican principles are based on money and not morals. I think it's you could just replace Republican with politicians.
I mean, if you want to see what a controlled demolition looks like, you just look at 47. Right?
Those are bipartisan choices to go into to Afghanistan and Iraq.
agree. I just think it's suspect that
the military industrial complex has taken it requires both parties, and they both love to keep it running. So plenty of blame to go around there.
So near free fall. So like That's interesting. I've never heard this before.
Are you looking at the website essentially?
Yeah, specifically near free fall acceleration.
Yeah. So why? Why was
So
it falling at near free fall acceleration as if it was
Why?
experiencing no resistance?
here's what I don't
The
understand too.
stuff on top could be just like heavier than the stuff.
All right,
No, it
so
would still experience resistance.
all right,
That's not how free fall speeds go.
but
If you
also
experience
near free
resistance, you don't
fall.
reach. Okay, but do you? I consider steel pretty heavy resistance.
So
Yeah.
here's my thing. It seems like if you were, it's like like if you started chopping down a tree, like halfway up the building, like it would just fall over like sideways, right? Like that's the only thing that I scratch my head about. I'm like, why did it fall literally like a building
Straight down.
demolition?
Wait,
Yeah,
so
that's all. That's the only thing that confuses me. Because I'm like, okay, when you think about it, especially in New York City, you have to make the buildings have to be like wind proof, like hurricane proof and earthquake proof and fire retardant and all these other things. Like you have to pass like a ridiculous amount of like inspections and requirements to have a building that's gonna, especially when it's gonna house that many people. So I don't know. It's just kind of strange to me how how easy it went down is just weird to me.
Look at who it was that did this. I mean, this isn't. It's not like these are just a bunch of hill jacks with no education. I mean, the people that plan this, are like engineers and smart people. For the most part. So it's not like this just happened. This was planned for a while.
So
I find suspect in some of it too, but that's only because of the connection that we had with arming them, and then our history of. Once we are done with you being our puppet, you are now the bad guy, and we're gonna, turn everything around on you. I don't know, Vietnam. Yeah. So, but if it was done by someone else, by whoever, I think it's plausible that engineers engineered it and had something to do with it, and people who got access to. The building had access to the building and could have planted stuff, and yeah.
So there's like Saudis have a lot of money, like, so it wouldn't be that far fetched to assume that maybe they also planted explosive devices in the building too, and that there's some things that are maybe still like classified about the investigation or about how much the FBI knew. Like maybe the FBI and the CIA or whatever, like the DoD knew a lot more than. I mean, we already know they knew a lot more, that they basically knew the attack was going to happen. I think that's come out. Like, I think that's been like confirmed that they definitely knew that this was going to happen, but it was just kind of like something that they like looked off, like there's chatter, and then they're just kind of like, yeah, this is not going to happen. So, I mean, there's that possibility too. Like maybe they were a lot more organized, and we just didn't want to like scare the citizens into realizing that people could like organize this well right under our noses and like mastermind something like that, you know what I mean?
Well, there was comm chatter earlier on about stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I'm pretty sure there was they ignored comm chatter about it.
Oh yeah, they definitely, there was definitely like talks about it. They were monitoring certain whatever, like dark web chats or whatever the heck, and monitoring certain terrorists and individuals and cells or whatever, and that we're talking about a big attack happening. The exact city it was going to happen to, and maybe down to the building. I don't know for sure about that, but I know that they were definitely like, we're going to be attacking like we're going to make an attack on like New York City or whatever. And so they just kind of ignored it. They just kind of ignored it, like, oh well, people say things like, But yes,
attack was also ignored.
The 6th,
Pearl Harbor.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Wait, was it? Did we know about Pearl? I thought we didn't know anything about.
We knew
Pearl
about
Harbor.
it that day. We intercepted comm traffic like a couple hours before the actual strike. That talks had broken down and prepared to destroy all documents within the Japanese embassy.
Damn, what the fuck?
Like they didn't have time. They didn't know where. They just said all the comm traffic was hostilities imminent. They didn't actually know where, but they knew that the Japanese were pissed off and were going to attack, and that there was hostilities imminent. They just never knew where. And then,
yeah, and see, that's the other thing too, though. Like, do you think that when Like, do you think that they're designed? Not that they're designed to like fail, but like you would have to imagine that there potentially is some kind of fail safe like structure built to it, I guess. So like you wouldn't want the building to fall over if it was going to fall down, right? Or you would think so. I don't know. I don't design buildings, so I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. I would just assume that if there was going to be like some kind of core integrity structure, then maybe the buildings are designed to, if they do collapse, to collapse a certain way. I don't know.
Wasn't there a conspiracy about like one of the buildings that collapsed? It exploded or collapsed or something, and it wasn't because the other buildings had fallen on it. It just collapsed on its own.
Oh, Building 7, right?
Is that the Building 7?
The whole like Building 7 was a
If you look at Building 7, it's like obviously controlled demolition, and the official report states that the building collapsed because of fires on 2 floors.
Yeah, but but Building 7 didn't get hit at all, right?
No, they never got hit. They didn't. Was there a fire?
Never struck. There actually was a fire on 2 of the floors, and then just all I can really say is just like watch the video of Building 7 collapsing, and you look at that, and that doesn't happen because of a structural fire on 2 floors. Like, it's just not scientifically possible.
Spooky, dude. I spoke with an architect, and they told me if the core of the building is damaged severely, the building will collapse in on itself. Interesting. Yeah, so maybe I'm right. Like maybe that's kind of like how the buildings are designed, but they don't want to really like spread that information because then people will be like, "Hey, why are you designing buildings to like collapse on themselves if their integrity is, or the structure integrity is?"
Well, and also didn't play into the ridiculousness of everything. You know, the what's the word I'm looking for?
What?
You know, the severity of it. You know, if they would have come out and said, "Oh, well, the building was designed to do that in case this happened," then it'd be like, okay, well, you know, they only intended to run into it. They didn't intend to kill everybody.
Yeah,
and,
but maybe they're like,
so
don't want to tell people that that's how they build buildings, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that's terrifying." But I feel like also somebody would have came out and spoke out. But like architects would just be like, "Yo, this is just how we do things." Like,
yeah. Instead, they're coming out and saying,
who knows,
basically that it's a hoax.
Who knows? I don't think it's a hoax, but I mean,
the building free falling, it doesn't really seem to from the video. Seems like there's significant resistance, and like by the cloud that like comes out the sides, it's hitting into stuff, right?
Yeah.
I don't like the video that I'm looking at, like from the AE
Weren't there
911 Truth.
Weren't there
thing that you
like
sent me.
buildings that were bombed like heavily in like the world wars that are like skyscrapers, and they never like collapsed, like only like the floors that were hit by the bombs blew up? I don't know.
In the
I don't know
US?
how many skyscrapers were around. No, not in the US. In Europe.
Fresh news out of Florida.
Like you can see like bombs designed to blow buildings up, and there was still like rubble standing. Like there were still buildings mostly intact and standing. I mean, none of them were like the height of the World Trade Centers, but
I think that's the main thing. I think like the pieces on top had enough momentum to keep it crashing down.
Posted a video of the Building 7
Dude,
collapse.
how about the divergent shadows on the moon during the moon landing, though, right?
Shadows?
No wind on the moon.
Well, while we're here.
Enlighten me, Nacho, please.
Oh, I don't know. That's basically all I know.
Okay.
My history teacher actually like basically invited the class to like be skeptical of like the moon landing. He just like opened up the question like, well, what do you think? And then he just like let the whole class talk about it, and then everyone was like, of course there were some people in there who were like hardcore, like, yeah, it didn't happen, moon landing didn't happen, but I don't remember the arguments as to why.
I still gotta remember why. I still would like to know why we haven't gone back.
I just don't think it's worth it.
There's no profit in it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, we could, but it's like, what do we get out of it? I think even when we went the
H3?
first time, we didn't get anything out of it.
I mean, before we were doing it in the name of exploration. Now we can actually do it in the name of mining. Like the amount of hydrogen, liquid hydrogen that's in that moon.
But we would go to. I mean, we could mine asteroids before we mine the moon.
Would we mine the Van Allen belt? You think?
Huh?
Would we mine the Van Allen belt?
Oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't we? We're gonna go mining. I feel like that would be the place to go first. You wouldn't want to go like to the moon or to Mars. Like, I don't know. Maybe you would. Actually, I don't know. It could be really dangerous though. Because I mean, you have to be able to keep track of like all the asteroids that are in the belt.
Oh yeah, but eventually you're going to drill deep enough that you're going to crack the asteroid.
Yeah, I guess, but you just take the whole rock and tote it back to Earth, dude.
But how would you get it down?
Very carefully.
I mean, you could mine it. You could mine in orbit.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know.
The moon. Oh yeah, that's true. Like the moon. Somebody was like, the moon literally controls the tidal cycles. Why would we mess with that? Yeah, it's true.
I want better waves in my lake. Okay.
Why would we just go mining this thing to pieces?
Get Harry Stamper.
Didn't what was that thing that we were talking about? Didn't Elon Musk like want to like nuke the moon or something like that?
He wants to moon the polar ends of Mars.
Why? Oh, nuke
Elon thinks that detonating high-yield nuclear devices on the polar caps of Mars will restabilize the planet and therefore create an atmosphere.
Would it?
You seen the video
he says he has the math to prove it.
Breaks down how he didn't have.
It's a popular scientific theory.
Oh no! I haven't seen that.
To kill the aliens.
Yeah, All Beef. Do you have a link? Because I'd like to see that.
Would you like?
Yeah, All Beef says there's a video where like a photography expert breaks down basically how we didn't have the technology to fake the moon landing.
A VFX channel called Order Crew also went through it just for like a April Fool's things, but they kind of go a little bit into like the VFX that it'd take to actually build this and how, it wasn't really doable
apparently we wouldn't be able to fake it. I don't know.
Okay, so according to Popular Mechanics, Elon Musk says he could terraform Mars. He needs 10,000 nuclear missiles.
10,000.
10,000.
We got that.
We do. It would actually eat up. They said it eats up like 60% of the world's nuke supply.
Worth it.
That could be good. Yeah.
Yeah, probably a good thing anyway.
Yeah. Dude, they're already training like children to like go to like Mars.
Wait,
like
what? Whose children?
I mean, whoever's children are worth sending to Mars, I guess. I don't know.
It's wild.
Yeah, they're already training, like, because like when you're like when astronauts generally like when they're training for missions, they start really really young. Like I remember because my science teacher like crushed all my hopes and dreams whenever I was in like 6th grade. He was just very blunt. I don't think he realized it, but he definitely like crushed my dreams as a child. Like we were talking about something, and I don't know, I just like piped in like, yeah, I'd be an astronaut or something like that. And then he was just kind of like quickly like, yeah, well, you wouldn't you're already too old. Like if you were going to be an astronaut, they would have already recruited you like a couple years ago or something like that. And I was just kind of like, oh.
He's probably just an asshole, to be honest.
I mean, a little bit. I don't think maybe a little bit, but
yeah,
I think it was just more like reflex. Like he was just kind of like, yeah, well, that's just not a thing. Like he was very logical too. So
actually though,
no.
I mean, our planet is like
actually he was like an old bald man.
True.
He was pretty chill.
Having babies that are
when I got
born
older
with plastic in their bodies, like basically any sea salt that you get has microplastic fibers in it. The water that you drink has plastic in it. Like,
oh yeah, facts.
We're basically screwed.
Yeah, we're all gonna die.
All I say
it's
is
pretty epic though.
If we have to go to Mars, we can't send Jason Bourne.
That's why you do these. There's these things you can do. These like cleansing things you can drink, and it'll like actually make you like poop out all those little plastic bits. Like all the little plastic bits like they clump up together like in your intestines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
crazy,
pretty
bro.
cool.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
it's
apparently
not,
like
but
BPA
yeah.
and stuff like that in the water is impacting guys' dick sizes as well as like fertility and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's like
Pretty wild.
plastic in fish now, dude. It's pretty lit.
I live on the Mississippi, and they basically recommend like that if you catch fish in the Mississippi, you're not supposed to eat more than one fish from that river a week.
Yo, Nacho.
How
It's a
like
Discord
polluted the
stream
water
chat.
is.
All right, hold on. I'm going.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh wait, what? Wait, this is 9/11 building collapse. Wait, Discord stream chat. Wait, I'm in there.
Oh, he posted the guy who says that the moon landings were not fake.
Wait, yeah, that's what. Where's it
not
at?
fake.
Oh, I see. There's stream chat and there's TRN links. Okay, nice. Yeah, we need to watch that, dude.
It's a little confusing how there's two separate channels, I guess, but
Yeah, man. A lot of what we were doing, like with the space race too, was like basically to just bankrupt Russia, because we knew like their economy couldn't support it, but we knew that they would would like take the bait essentially. Like,
Did the Russians ever land anyone on the moon?
I don't think so.
I
think China's the only. I think China's the only other
yeah.
country to like go to the moon actually, and I don't know if they sent people or not.
They did not send people, but now they want to set up a moon base or something.
Nice.
That was
they can have
like
at it, dude.
China and Russia were gonna band together and make a moon base.
Dude, they can have moon. Actually, I feel like everyone should just agree to leave the moon alone. Dude, there was an article that I read yesterday that was saying something about that we could definitely fire M16s on the moon. I was like, what? Why?
Space Wars. Yeah.
Space Wars.
Space Force,
Hey,
obviously.
we have Space Force, man. We have Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Space Force is one of the few things that Trump did right there I think is actually based.
No, heavily disagree.
Come
like,
on,
what do you
man.
think's good about it? Just like investing in space race or what?
No,
I mean, we're gonna be ahead, bro.
The problem is that the whole point of his whole
fight us,
design
dude.
idea of Space Force was already built into the Air Force.
Is it really?
He took a piece of the Air Force and broke it off and gave it its own thing, and then gave them an absolutely terrible, name for their soldiers that made everybody make fun of them because they looked like they came out of
Did
Destiny.
Jace bleach his skin? Wait, what?
What?
No, I'm not Jace. Also, Jace is like the same tint as me, okay?
What were you gonna say, Luther?
Okay, maybe I'm a little white.
I was gonna say, it's more just that. I feel like the space race is going to be militarized. It is being militarized, and I feel like the United States should have the capability to keep up in that race. So that's why I think the Space Force is good.
This is not.
Is it being militarized by other countries?
Not yet, but they have plans.
Oh,
panels or
gotcha.
anything.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish that we could all just agree to not militarize space, but fuck.
It was already a perfectly fine subdivision of the Air Force.
You control space, like you basically
Not
control the globe at
to
this
white
point,
people.
so-
What are you talking about? I'm
They
half
need
Mexican.
they need to clean up space before they do anything.
But
Come
I
at me,
mean,
bro.
that's not gonna happen.
Literally, I'll go out in the sun for like
That's like
30
saying
minutes.
we need to clean up the Great Trash Ocean
and then
that's
I'll
setting
be
off towards
brown.
California before we do anything. It's just
Like a marshmallow.
It's just not gonna happen.
The terrorists can't hardly fight us where we're at now. How are they going to get to space? Fact.
The issue isn't terrorists. The issue is like China and Russia.
Dude, have you guys ever read Ender's Game?
Yes.
Dude,
Oh,
that's
no, I watched
an
the video, so-
epic book, dude.
Dude, you got to read them all.
Oh, I've read them all.
Speaker of the Dead.
I was just somebody said something about war and zero gravity, and that's what I think of every time. Is
Battle School, baby.
Battle School. That's what I think. That's what I thought about whenever I saw this thing talking about them training children for the first Mars mission. I was like, dude,
Space parts.
Battle School. Dune is greater than Ender's Game? No way, not even close, man.
No.
I'm not even close.
They're
Bro,
not
and
even
I'm
on
not
the same
talking about
plane.
I'm not talking about the movie, okay? You got to read the book, man.
They're not even in the
The
same.
movie doesn't do it
Like
any justice.
you're talking Earth-based sci-fi versus a completely different universe. No.
Yeah, not just Ender's Game, the whole series, bro.
I
You know the
do
Ender's
want
Game.
to see the new Doom movie.
Ender's Game is actually like on a military recommended reading list or something because of like the psychology of it.
Yeah. At least the first two novels, not the.
I think it's just Ender's Game. I thought because of like the strategy or whatever. It's like a Marine recommended. Best 2021 game for PS4. I don't know. I don't play PlayStation 4. Sorry.
Doom Eternal.
Rocket
probably.
League.
Hell yeah.
Warzone.
It's a heavy.
Fortnite.
It's heavy for a kid's book. It's not supposed to be a kid's book.
It really isn't.
It's not at all. It's just based off of like a child's life. It's supposed to be.
I remember like when I was in high school and I was reading Ender's Game, and even my English teacher's like, "You're not supposed to be reading that." I said, "Well,
Like, yeah, like out of nowhere, it's like, yo, dude, you did a genocide. Yeah, it's kind of true. They just like crush this little child's life, like. But dude, I think it's so like I don't know, like it hits home so hard because you're like, dude, this could definitely happen. Like this just is a human thing. This is totally something we would do. Like, oh, this is all just training. D1 in Rocket League, nice, dude. I'm well, I'm not champ right now, but I was. I'm usually like champ 2, champ 3, but
I tried.
And then I
playing
took
that.
like
I
2 months off.
Couldn't get into it.
So I've already got my champ reward for the season, but I'm back in diamond because I play too much while I'm talking about like politics, and then I like just the other night I was like drinking, and I lost like 3 ranks. So, but I'll be back. I think this coming season I'm gonna grind it out pretty hard and try to see if I can get grand champ. Oh boy. I want to know more about this like capital thing.
Yeah, I'll give him another day or two. That was the one thing. That's the one thing I think that 24-hour television has ruined.
Yeah.
We have to have everything now.
Who is Noah Green?
Thank you,
Also,
darling.
what is Matt Gaetz doing?
That wasn't 24-hour television that ruined that. That was the internet, instant information.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you think about it, during the first Iraq War, when they were broadcasting all night during the bombardment, that was kind of the birth of 24-hour news.
How much do satellites
What are you
cost?
talking about? First Iraq War, Kuwait.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, do you remember that night when the first night of the bombardment, when those 3 guys were on CNN for like 8 hours?
We didn't have
The media
cable,
will
but I
bury the
remember
capital story,
like there was news. You know, that's what news was covering.
Yeah.
A typical weather
we didn't
satellite costs like $290 million. A spy satellite might cost an additional $100 million.
Why am I?
We were too poor for cable at that time,
So
we had
like
to-
anywhere
we had to
from
wait.
Why am I messing up so much on this cover?
$200 to
I'm distracted.
$400 million, dude.
I can honestly remember that the house that we lived in at that time had an antenna on the outside that we were in a weird area in Indiana, and
Yeah, you guys trying to go in on a
change the
satellite?
dial, and the antenna on the outside would get Ohio stations, or you could get it where it would get Indiana stations, but it was automatic, and I just thought that was the coolest thing ever.
I just remember when I was growing up, we had wired cable, and my stepfather at the time bought one of those descramblers where we got like all the cable channels for free. And then I broke my leg, and I got to sit home and had like unlimited access to the Playboy channel all summer. That was bad.
That sounds exciting.
No, it wasn't. It was bad for me. What the hell? I am writing bad code left and right.
Oh, he signed his posts Noah X, like in reference to Malcolm X, apparently too. That's still pretty much it, though. Weird, dude.
I think we got a lone wolfer.
Where's that?
This guy, I think he's a lone wolf.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the Noah guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's. I think he's just an
The
extremist.
nation's not going to get behind this.
Yeah, no, he's just an extremist. I would assume first. He was probably just an extremist. I mean, this is the same thing with like there's Christians who commit like heinous acts or like extreme acts, and you'd be hard pressed to find any other Christians who would be like, yeah, I support that. Just like Muslim terrorists with Islam. Dude, what was this? What was the deal with Biden's wife, the first lady, like, and her
Butchering
like
the
se
Spanish
puede?
language?
Yes, dude. Why?
That was bad.
Bro, it was like Veep in real life, bro. It was like
You-
Parks and Recreation.
You have a doctorate and you're a celebrated educator. You have a doctorate, for crying out loud. You can't get some Spanish lessons.
God almighty. Or just don't. Just don't. You know? Like just don't.
Yeah, it's one of those ultimate fails at trying to
pandering, man.
Appease, yeah, pander.
It was the same thing that her husband did on the campaign trail when he went to the freaking Heritage Week or whatever in Florida, the Hispanic Heritage thing, and then played Despacito into the microphone awkwardly the entire song. Like, bro, that's not even real, like, Mexican music. We don't claim that. Okay? I mean, at least play some, like, we need some heavy trumpets, man.
Was
and
it
some
like
bass,
the original Despacito, or was it the Bieber Despacito?
It doesn't even matter. Like,
well, I mean, it's Justin Bieber.
It doesn't matter. It was that bad.
It was American. It's like American Mexican music or like American Latin music. It's not even like, yeah, I think it might have been the Bieber one.
Don't hassle the
Which
Biebs.
is totally
Biebs
on
has already got a
par
lot of problems.
from what I was. Hey,
I'm sorry, I tease the Biebs.
I just searched. I was trying to find the clip. I searched "woke first lady" and I find it. Of course, they're hiding it from me on. What's her name?
Jill Biden.
Oh, Jill. That's it. Jill. Oh, Jill. Oh, dude, it's like literally. I don't even have to like search for it. I just typed in Jill, and it was like Biden si se puede. Podway. They even spelled it all funny. Oh man, feels bad, dude.
Why am I getting it?
Bro, and what was the flag that she was doing this in front of too? Like,
I don't know.
Nobody's gonna talk about that. Like, oh, it was weird, man. It was a little
I actually
weird.
I've never seen the video.
All right, we're gonna watch it.
I just read about it and regarded it.
We're gonna watch it.
Okay.
So say it with me. Si se puede. The future is ours. Thank you. So say it with me. Si se puede. The future is...
What is this what is this flag behind? Like, where is this?
I don't know.
Bro. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm gonna get. Wait, am I even allowed to like put that stuff on stream? I have no idea.
I would get that off stream.
I mean, it's in reference to this, okay?
Say that a few more times. Make sure it's clear.
Gosh almighty, man. It's the United Farm Workers flag. Okay, let me see. Oh God, get off the screen. Man, that's a weird, that's a weird look, man.
It's almost as bad as that.
Dude. That's pretty bad, dude.
That's bad.
That's pretty bad. Why
It's
would
almost
they
as bad
pick
as
that?
that one when they were using the Nazi eagle for the Trump re-election shirts.
Did they really?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You never seen that?
God.
They had like during the re-election they were using an eagle, and someone did a comparison. It looked like the damn freaking eagle from the Nazis. And they immediately pointed it out, and they're like, well,
This
we
one?
didn't mean for it, and then it disappeared.
The American. Oh God, this one.
Yes.
Oh, that's it. Holy cow, dude.
How do you not know? That's the same thing as that stupid
terrible,
CPAC stage. How do
man.
you not know?
Bro.
Are you that dense?
Yeah, the CPAC stage thing though was. Hold on, I haven't seen that.
That I mean, this one you could argue about. The CPAC one you can't argue about. It's a damn rune.
Oof. Oof. Oh my gosh, bro.
Yes.
And but wasn't like the people who did the stage, like the people who do the stages for like all the political events, like they did them for Obama.
I don't know, but CPAC, the guy who ran CPAC was like defending it above. He was like going above and beyond trying to. He's like, no. I can't remember what he's like. It's just a liberal media tactic, and even Fox News was kind of like, I don't know about that.
Oh man, both sides are Nazis, man. Republicans and Democrats, man, are secretly in cahoots, man.
I don't trust anybody in politics.
This is why I'm black-pilled, dude. Talking about the 45 as a puppet logo. Wait, what's that one?
Oh, that was a good one too.
Oh, that's the double-headed eagle thing from. Okay,
yeah.
Oof. Hmm. Weird, man.
So how can you be this dense?
I don't know, man.
I like to think, at least there's somebody there, maybe with the common sense to bother to look this stuff up and find out if it's not going to be controversial. No, there never is. It's just a pack of morons.
Yeah, they're all compromised, dude.
So say it with me. Si se puede. The future is ours. Thank you. So say it with me. Si se puede. The future is ours. Thank you.
Man, oh man. Oh boy.
I'm hearing the pitter patter of feet, so I think I might have to go.
It's all good. I'm probably about to get off of here. I think Zach's got a show tonight.
I was gonna say, isn't tonight game night?
God, it's at 5:30. I don't know. For me, it is. Yeah, for sure. I'm doing some gaming tonight. I got to get off and take a break. God, how is it already 5:30?
Because time flies when you're having fun.
I guess. Yeah. Dang.
Or
Wow.
time flies when there's an attack on a capital.
Yeah, I guess so. He's Babylonian curse on the harvest. Oof.
Why, Mr. Anderson?
Man, oh man.
Thank you, darling.
Hey. Thanks for the follow, Cookies. Appreciate it. Let's see.
You're in the angry pattern now. I better get going. I will see you later, Nacho. You have a good night.
All right, man. Thanks for stopping in.
Anytime.
Wow. Oh man. Well, I wonder if the Matt Gaetz thing is on
What
here.
did I miss? Where'd everybody go?
Everybody left. No, we were watching the say Broadway thing from well, what's her name? Little Parks and Rec. Man, it's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible. I'm trying to find Matt Gaetz, man. I want to see if there's more about Matt Gaetz. I want to know. All right, let's see what the Daily Wire has to say about it.
Uh-oh.
They've got something on here. Usually
Why
they're
is chat
pretty
so quiet?
Usually they're pretty ready to go. I don't know, they were just talking. Usually they're pretty ready to go. Trump had some speech and had that behind him. Oh wait, which one? Weird. Okay, so let's see. Ex-DOJ official on Gates's allegation distracting from apparent imminent indictment. The former DOJ official that Representative Matt Gaetz accused on Tuesday night of allegedly trying to extort money from his family responded to Gaetz' allegations by saying that Gates's allegations were false and an apparent attempt to distract from upcoming legal issues. David McGee, former federal prosecutor, told the Daily Beast that Gaetz' allegations were totally false and that they were a blatant attempt to distract from the fact that Matt Gaetz is apparently about to be indicted for sex trafficking underage girls. McGee was responding to accusations Gaetz made on Fox News Tucker Carlson Tonight with host Tucker Carlson. Gaetz said that McGee was involved in an, quote, extortion scheme that involved demanding a meeting with Gaetz' father where $25 million was demanded in exchange for making horrible sex trafficking allegations against me go away. Jeez, man. Yeah, this is all the stuff we saw earlier when he was talking about I don't know if there's anything new, anything different that we haven't seen yet. This is all just what Gaetz was saying on the Tucker Carlson interview that we watched earlier. People don't blackmail you with lies. I mean, not true. The idea that this was all blackmail scheme didn't pass the smell test. Yeah, this kind of like, yeah, Stick. Yeah, Stick. We watched that earlier. Yeah, dude, it's so awkward, man. It is so weird. Like, I'm just, I mean, I'm an innocent until proven guilty kind of guy. Okay, even as much as I hate Cuomo, I said the same thing about him. Like when all these allegations came out, and I think I've said that about the majority of the people that these allegations come out against. Okay, like Deshaun Watson, I think just had something come out against him. Like, I'd like to say like innocent till proven guilty, but the way he was acting on like Tucker Carlson's show is just weird, man. Like the fact that he was like bringing up the fact that Tucker Carlson had his own like incident where somebody accused him of something and it ended up being false. Like, I don't know, it was just weird. Apparently, I think this is what we already saw. The investigation centered around whether or
It'll
not
be interesting to see
Gates
if
violated
the VP
federal
or anybody
sex
comes out
trafficking
and says
laws.
anything.
Yeah. And this was this is an investigation opened under the Trump administration too. And it was part of a larger investigation, quote, into a political ally of his, a local official in Florida named Joel Greenberg, who was indicted last summer in an array of charges including sex trafficking of a child and financially supporting people in exchange for sex, and at least one of them was an underage girl. I don't know, man. It's not looking good. I think Gates is in the same boat as Derek Chauvin, man. I think he's going down. Well, I'm gonna look at. Let's see. Are we gonna look at trying to probably just raid someone? Hold on, wait. I don't even know if I can do that.
Let's say you've been on here like all day.
I know, dude. Yeah, I gotta take a break. I can't even sign back in my
If you want to
account.
raid, Sheepdog's on.
Wait, freak. Yeah, I think is Mac supposed to be coming on today at 6?
Who knows what's going on anymore?
Let's just do that. How do I sign back in, though? Oh, I know how I can do this. Easy, bro. How does that work, though? Hold on. All right, whatever.
Okay. You sprint up the wall, hand after hand. The light stone tucked somewhere?
How do I do this? I don't know. I don't know how this works. I think everything's messing up. All right, whatever. Love you guys. We'll be back maybe late tonight.